Okay, hopefully we're back live on air again. Graham just making sure that the audio is good. It's good to be back. It looks like we are live indeed. Welcome back. Apologies for the break in transmission. If you've been missing us, it's because there are power failures intermittently. Also, we do have to give you a warning. There is scheduled load shedding, and if you're listening to us overseas, what that means is there's going to be a planned power outage scheduled between 10 and 12:30 today. So unfortunately, we might not be able to bring you paintball action between 10 and 12:30, which is in about 45 minutes or so from now, until 12:30 today. That's according to the latest schedule we have, but things might change. If you're listening to South Africa, you know exactly what we mean. There's going to be load shedding, but if you're from overseas, you have no idea what we mean. It means the electricity supplier is very limited. So what they do is they shut down areas of the country at different times. And we are here in Vanderbijl Park scheduled to be off from 10 to 12:30 today. Stage 2 load shedding, they're telling us. But we'll keep an eye on that. And if we do disappear at 10 o'clock, it's not our fault. We apologize. It's bigger issues that we will try our best to mitigate and get rid of tomorrow. We'll make sure that we have some backup power and those kind of things tomorrow. So if we do disappear. My name's John. We have Titans up against Syndicate 3-man. Titans starting on the left-hand side of the field. You're looking at Syndicate 3-man on the right-hand side of the field as you look at it now on your screen. See the referee's making his way. That's directly in front of us now, as you see on the left-hand side of the screen. We've got 1 minute to go, and we'll bring you action of Titans up against Syndicate 3-man.
Back on line. Yeah.
20 seconds.
All right, let's bring you the action. Titans against Syndicate 3-man team. That's Titans on the left-hand side of the screen as you look.
10 seconds.
And that's Syndicate 3-man. Let's get into the action. Titans do their traditional slow breakaway. Syndicate 3-man on the right-hand side, spraying paintballs into the bunker directly in front of him. Long shots right across the field. 45 meters or so of field today. One of the Syndicate 3-man is being checked by the referees. He looks happy. One of the Syndicates are out. 3 down to 2. Titans busy moving up down the left-hand side and down the center of the field. Looks like another Syndicate has been eliminated, so down to 3 against 1 now. Snake movement happening on the right-hand side of your screen as you look at it now. I see one of the Titans being eliminated. Move down the center, and he gets a kill of the Syndicate 3-man. 2 versus 1, just making sure that there's nobody else around. And Titans will take that one. Syndicate 3-man being checked, and they get the point there. Oh, correction, Titans. I hang my head in shame. Was that Titans that won the point? Titans won the point. Players on the wrong side of the field. It's okay, we'll get it right eventually. DC Warborne up against No Show.
30 seconds.
All right, players on the correct side of the field this time.
20 seconds.
DC Warborne.
10 seconds.
You're looking at DC Warborne on the screen. See what sort of breakaway they do. And that's no show.
Game on.
DC Warborne break out into the 3. That seems to be the tactic now. Oh, they lost a play immediately now. 2 down to 3. 2 versus 3. Some movement on the left-hand side of the field by no show. But some big movement on the on the left-hand side of the field by DC Warborne to cover that as well. Moving on the far side of the field behind Dorito. 2 now for the no-show. Covering the field nicely. It looks as if like it's another elimination by DC. Another killing. DC down to just 1 player. No.
Stopped.
Work out what happened there.
Base. Point approved.
Referee gave a penalty there. We're going to wait for him to come to us and tell us exactly what happened. Referees are just confirming with each other. See the referee on the bottom of the screen there, just having a chat. Well, on the far right-hand side of the screen as you're looking at it now.
There's a minor penalty
1 minute.
on DC Warborne, the last guy, so it becomes a swing point automatic, and they're starting with 2 players next game.
All right, in case you missed that, did you get that on the effects mic? Minor penalty. All right, it was picked up nicely. Thank you very much. There goes the referee there. That's where he'll stand next time, I think, and tell us exactly what happened. So a minor penalty. DC Warborne going to struggle now. All right, Syndicate 3-man up against Titans. They're next. 35 seconds to the next game.
30 seconds.
Now, if I've done my maths correctly, this is the wrong way around.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right, we got the players right. Syndicate's on the left-hand side of the field as you look at it now. Titans on the right-hand side of the field. Titans leading 1-0 with still plenty time in the clock.
Game on.
And slow breakaway, staying away from the barriers. That's also an interesting move by Syndicate, staying behind that center barrier right at the beginning. Titans just sticking with the traditional 3-man spread. Still looks like Syndicate 3-man still got those 2 players on the left-hand side there. Titans comfortable, nobody making any moves up on the field. Syndicate sitting back. Not really sure where the players are. They seem to have lost sight. So a big movement on the right-hand side by Titans, getting up into that center pillar. And one down to the pillar on the left-hand side. Nice spreading. But it is being well covered by Syndicate 3-man. Some reloading happening in the middle of the field. Peppering their opponents now, all working together. Titans dominating here. Look as if they've got a better field position. Still sitting at the back there, Syndicate 3-man. You can see where he's aiming at, straight across the field there. And one of the Titans players gets eliminated, so he gets off the field right from the center of the park. 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3 now. Titans are more spread across the field. Bit of a stalemate now. So Titans have got a player up at the Dorito right at the top of the field, and there's one in the nearby pillar as well. You can see him directly in the center of your screen now. And then Dorito right at the top of the screen, just beneath the Titans logo on the screen as you're looking at it.
60 seconds.
Syndicate, meanwhile, sitting steady. They haven't moved. A little bit of a movement there, just trying to open up the field. Remember, it's up to Syndicate to be able to score the point now. Titans are happy just to sit and defend. There we go. That movement had to happen eventually. Not being counted. Don't think it was noticed. Little movement at the top of the field as well. Behind that tall pillar. They're working together nicely. Into the center of the field. Now there's going to have to be something. Something's going to have to be done. He's going to get hit. He's going to make his way through. And he gets hit just at the end. So we got 2 versus 1 now. Some movement happening at the top of the field. Knows he's there. And he gets eliminated as well. Gets killed. 1 versus 1. Or is it? 10 seconds left on the clock. Don't really have to do anything to Titans. They can just sit comfortably. Just sit and wait. See some movement happening.
Game time finished. Game finished.
Titans win it. 1-0.
They were both shooting at each other, did slightly doing it. Both of them shot each other. Once they were going, but he was shot and then he turned and both of them.
Right, we move on to our next game. No Show up against DC Warborne. Still plenty of time in the clock there for No Show to be able, well, DC Warborne to be able to pull a point back.
10 seconds. Game on.
Big breakaway down the left-hand side by No Show, making their way to the center of the field, getting through 3 bunkers there without even trying. Little bit of a poor defense by DC Warborne at the beginning of their game. Another movement up the center. The No Show definitely have a more aggressive tactic here. 1 right at the back, sort of covering the field, and then the 2 have moved up into the center. Covering the whole field, definitely paying DC Warborne back. More aggressive. DC Warborne making a big move up into the center as well. Successfully done as well. Players are literally 5 meters from each other. They can see each other. They just can't do anything about it. But there's been a kill for DC Warborne. They're down to 2 players now. Changing hands, shooting left-handed now. Big movement up to the center as well. 2 of the No-shows right in the middle of the field. And he gets eliminated from the center of the field. So DC Warborne down to 1 now, I think. Or they could all be out. Because they were losing a player. That's right. They were penalized, so they lost a player. And No Show make it 2-0.
Point approved. Game finished.
Right, so that's that round of game. Up next, Nightmare against Vodka. As you can see, we've got 5 minutes until the next game. That countdown will begin. We'll catch you then. Looks as if the referees are going to blow up some of the obstacles. The man with the leaf blower has arrived. So we're going to have a little break in transmission, and we'll be back in a moment.
them now? Is it the right ones there? I've got Nightmare and Vodka. Is that right?
4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute.
1 minute to go to our next round. We got Nightmare against Vodka. Nightmare on the left-hand side of the screen, as you can see, black and red. Or as you look at it now, the far side of the field. Also, a bit of a mixed bag for Vodka at the moment. It's black and red, and there's a yellow and black. And the third player is just hidden away from sight from me there.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go as we go into our next match. Nightmare up against Vodka. Vodka playing from right to left as you look at it. And hopefully we'll swap that
20
round.
seconds.
There we go. That's Nightmare on the left-hand side of the field. Those mud tracks are already starting to form. You can see them behind the bunkers. It's going to be interesting to watch as the weekend progresses. Breakaway from Vodka right down to the center of the field. We cut away as he made it to the center. He did indeed make it without being hit. Slight movement up by Nightmare, but not as much as, in fact, it's just as much as Nightmare also making it to the same bunker. Exactly the same strategies at the moment, both sides. Although there's a Dorito movement on the right-hand side by Vodka. Getting up to behind Dorito 2. Players just making sure they know where it is. It looks as if there's a kill. There is a kill. Nightmare having a man out of the play already. A kill for Vodka. 2 versus 3 at the moment. Vodka just playing it slow. Vodka moving it up on the right-hand side of the field. Up into the center now. To behind Dorito 3. Movements on the left-hand side of the field, making Vodka going up nice and slowly, but they've lost a man on the far side of the field, down to 2 versus 2. Big movement up the left-hand side of the field here by Vodka, up into the center of the field, opening up the park. And they get the kill. Good movement up the center of the park by Vodka there, getting all 3 of the Nightmares, who are now, sadly, just a dream in the past. It's going to be like that all day, folks.
Game on. Phase. Point approved.
So Vodka get themselves a point. Up next, X Factor Blue against Draco. Remind me what the previous results are, please, if you can.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right, so Draco have won 1 of their 2 games so far. That's what we're getting confirmation of. We'll have to get onto the laptop. Well, I can bring my laptop up.
Game on.
Let's get onto the game. We'll focus on the past in the future. Nice slide into the snake, but he gets eliminated. That Draco player trying a little bit too much. Second Draco player gets killed. We're down 3 down to 1 now. Big movement up by X Factor. Certainly some X Factor here. 1, 2, 3 all together, and they kill the Draco player. That's how you do it. 20 seconds gone in the match. All 3 players killed. X Factor get themselves a point.
Phase. Point approved.
Run,
1 minute.
Yeah. The Evo here are like this, and you guys' apples are like this. It's
30 seconds.
Get ready for our next game.
30 seconds.
Vodka up against Nightmare. So it was a bit of a nightmare match for Vodka last time around.
10 seconds.
Vodka drew their first match. Let's get into it.
Game on.
Let's see what tactics Vodka do now. Vodka sitting back comfortably, just waiting for Nightmare to come to them. Just checking if there was a kill. Referee's checking a kill on the left-hand side, but he's happy with it. Still 3 versus 3. 2 of the Nightmare players are stuck behind the same barrier, but they finally spread that out, going down to Dorito 2. But as he was doing that, he gets killed. 2 down to 3 now. You can see the 2 Nightmare players standing behind each other, and another Nightmare player gets eliminated. Big movement up for Vodka. 3 versus 1. Make that 3 versus 2, and a big kill coming around from behind. Wasn't keeping an eye on that, and Vodka get through.
Base.
Double their lead with 1:45 to go on the clock.
Point approved. Game finished.
Byron. Okay, cool. Sweet. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
30 seconds.
Put my name on the purple one now already, so they know. Everything else they can sort out.
20 seconds.
Or put like sexy thing or something. I don't know.
Can Draco come back now?
Draco X Factor.
Seconds.
Draco lost their first match to the Pro Shah Misfits. They also lost to the 446 Killers. So it looks as if X Factor could seal this now. Here we go. Draco making that move to the right-hand side of the screen, as you saw, getting behind that barrier, successfully so as well. But X Factor Blue have made a nice positions into the field. The big barrier in the middle of the park is looking like a good defensive position. They're peppering that corner that you just saw in the shot. That man is stuck. Still in that defensive position in the back. But X Factor Blue makes a nice move to the left-hand side and manages to hold that. Opening up the field nicely for the man who's defending in the center of the field. And a kill, Draco losing a man. Still 3 X Factor Blues, plenty of time on the clock, nice movement up. Covering the field nicely. Another movement on the right-hand side by X Factor Blue. Into the snake comes X Factor Blue as well. Moving with a lot of confidence, moving with a lot of strategy as well. That player still stuck in the corner. He's gonna get killed. Corner's a kill, as you can hear the spectators. Right across the field, far side of the field now. Looks as if they might have got the kill. They do indeed. 3 all out. X Factor will get themselves a second point.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
So wins in that round for Vodka and X Factor Blue. And we're running about 15 minutes, 20 minutes behind schedule. Up next, we have the Golden Knights. No, we don't. We have to go Golden Knights against Golden Knights. Also, Golden Knights against other Golden Knights. This is the Afghan Cup that is going to be getting soon. That was what you've just been watching now, the Division 4 X-Ball. Those last 4 games. We'll have to go into the table to see exactly who did what there, but it looked as if Vodka and X-Factor Blue were the stronger teams. I'm going to the Afghan Cup now, where a whole host of Golden Knight teams. We'll get all those confirmations for you in a minute.
I'm going to send these guys off to get some water before we start. So you guys come on.
Looking at the board at the moment, we got the Pro Shah Misfits, who won 2 of their games. Titans also won 2, and No Show also won 2, so they're top of the table at the moment. 4 points with 2 wins each. X Factor Blue had a draw and a win, so they're on 3 points at the moment, with the 446 Killers on 2 points. DC Warborne, Draco, and Nightmare didn't win a game. So that's the rankings at the moment. The Pro Shah Misfits, Titans, and No Show top of the table.
Are you still setting up, Luca? They both the same name showing on the scoreboard. Is it Golden Knights 1, Golden Knights 2 or what? Okay. Take this, that side. After enough. Is there any way to separate it or do something else? Okay, so we'll have to just tell me who needs to go where then. You're gonna try and do it?
Four minutes.
Changing the name. Because there's 4 Golden Knights. So who's on now? 19 is there. Okay.
3 minutes.
Right, there we go. Confirmation of the table for the Division 4 3-man that's just been played now from 7:30 to about 9:30. You can see on top of the table, well, I can't, so you can. There we go. Pro Shot Misfits, top of the table, along with Titans and No Show. 2 wins from their 2 games. X Factor Blue and 446 Killers, 4th and 5th place at the moment. So those are the rankings. You can see they got 2 more games to go. But we go on to the Afghan League in a moment. Afghan Open today, and we'll bring you those scores later on and details. But it's Golden Knight Men's against Golden Knights Under 19, Golden Knights Veterans, Golden Knights Combined. There's also an EC Combined and a Western Cape Combined. Looking forward to seeing those games coming up later on.
I've got Chunky, Nathan, and Matt, my side, and me. You can have the room at your side, that's all. Justine, and then you get Valas, Raymond, Nathan, you, you guys far side, okay? Yeah, then Zach, you take then Valas, Raymond, George, Nathaniel, and you. I'll Matt, myself, Justine, and Cronky. Valas, Nathan, George, your side, sorted. How about the rest?
All right, so let's have a look at the teams now for the Afghan Cup. Those are your teams that are going to be competing. It seems like they're all coming from the same place, but they're not.
4 minutes.
They will be competing against each other. And let's go back to the field, see who's up first. 4 minutes to go until the next game. We'll bring you commentary of that. As Golden Knights Under 19 take on the Golden Knights Veterans. Who will win, age or youth?
Johnny, take the time down, dude. Want me false side or stay here? We're going to have 4 this side, we're going to have 5 there. You two want to manage this side? I'll go that side and run there.
3 minutes. Overtime in prelims for this division. And it's race 2-4. And the game time?
minutes. 10. Okay, go.
2 minutes. One minute.
Messi and Justine, man.
30 seconds.
Just rebound and fall. Yes, yes, yes.
20 seconds.
Join me in that.
10 seconds.
Did she just hold you back? Hold me back. Hey, whoa.
Base. Point approved.
Wow. You guys off again? I just assume when you're sitting here like this, you're either waiting for it to reboot or it's off or... That was a quick game.
30 seconds.
How long was it? Can you see? 24.
20 seconds.
All right, what a game that was. Wow.
Seconds.
We're back again. Golden Knights men against the Golden Knights combined. Men on the left, combined on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting spread out across the field. Big movement down the center of the field from the left-hand side as the men get themselves into the center. Managed to do it successfully. Trying to see if there's any kills yet. No, it doesn't look like there are any kills so far. 1, 2 kills being from the combined side. They're down to 3 men now. Moving up into the center of the field. Some use of the snake down the bottom here, directly in front of the commentary team. As I said, you can use this to your advantage. You get 3/4 of the way up the field without anybody noticing that you're there. Shooting across field, I feel like we're going to get into the line of fire here. Just getting between those two barriers. Left-hand side of the field's nicely covered. This man in the snake is kind of stuck now. There's nowhere he can go. Plenty more communication. Suddenly 5 men in the field. This park looks so much smaller than it was before when there were just 3. Left-hand corner sticking his head out for the combined side. You can see there, but now he's been seen. He's just got, and he gets killed as well. And another kill as well, so that's 4. It looks like it's 3, 4 playing 1. moving up both sides of the field, coming in from behind. And they've cleared everybody off.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
Throw in the towel. Golden Knights veterans earning themselves a point. Strategic moves and great moves there. And the under-19 team, the under-19 team had no answer to that. Or the combined side, sorry, the scoreboard's changed already. So now, veterans up against the under-19s.
Seconds.
The veterans showed that they had the chutzpah in only 20 seconds last time. So can the under-19 show that
20 seconds.
youth will prevail? Referees getting into their positions, cameramen getting into the positions as the Golden Knights veterans go out, slow spread out, but plenty fast movement from the under-19 side. Veterans just holding fast. Looks like they know all they have to do is defend, but the under-19s know that they need to move forward. They need to get something out of here. There's been a kill by the under-19, so the veterans down to 4 men now. In fact, there's 2 players out, so 3 players out of the veterans team, so the under-19s looking strong. Moving up nicely here in the snake, also down the center of the field. Far right-hand side also covering the snake. 3 players, just 2 players now in the veterans team. Opening up the angles on the 19s here. 1 player left in the veterans team in the far corner. So we got 4 versus 1 here now. That one that Draco corner's holding out, and he gets a kill. The under-19s doing some great work, moving around, using the field.
Base.
As you know, the referee makes sure that the player hasn't been hit before they confirm the point.
Point approved.
And they pull one back. So the under-19s and the Golden Knight veterans locked at 1-1. Move on to our next game again. The Golden Knights combined up against the Golden Knight men's team, I guess, would be the correct answer for that with an apostrophe.
20 seconds.
You're looking at the Golden Knights men's side getting ready, working on their strategy. How are they going to break away?
10 seconds.
Golden Knights combined, getting a nice spread, getting the movement out, and also getting a person forward there as well. Much the same sort of setup as you can see from the men's side there as well. Making a movement up on the right-hand side of the field. Big movement up into the center. Combined team also making a big move, but he gets killed as he made that big move. A little bit too much. Same thing happening for the men's side on the right-hand side of the field as you're looking at it. Also getting up into the center. Another kill for the men's against the combines. Combines down to 3 men now, and still you can see 4 for the men's up at the right. Big movement up into the center of the field. Complete domination. Another kill. Another combine losing another player into the snake here in front of us as well. Big movement up into the center. The men's team just dominating this. Eliminating. Oh, nobody got eliminated as he was making the movement up. Looks as if he got the kill though. And they'll go and get themselves another point. The Golden Knights men's will double their lead.
Base. Point approved. seconds.
All right, under 19s up against the veterans. Under 19s pulled one back in the last game. Still plenty time on the clock.
10 seconds. Game on.
And the veterans make a bit of a move, and the under 19s doing their big movement again, but they get a man killed straight away off the breakaway. Referee just checking that player as well behind the Dorito. He gets killed. He gets pulled off the field. Under 19 team down to what looks like now just to 2 players. And the veterans are moving up far on the right-hand side, coming across, killing everybody in their wake.
Towel. Towel.
And the under 19s throw in the towel straight away.
Point approved.
Another fast game. Action fast and furious here today. So the Golden Knights men's make it 2-0. The veterans make it 2-1 against the Golden Knights under 19s. Remember, it's a race to 4. First team to 4 wins the match. Golden Knights
30 seconds.
men's up against combined up next. Men's on the left-hand side of the field. You see them preparing there at their breakaway point. Well, they do the fast action.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Golden Knight man's doing that big dive. Told you there was going to be some slipping and sliding. Also straight up the middle of the field, and he made it successfully as well. One of the combines losing 1-2 players as I see them getting off quick kills. Make that a 3rd kill there as well. Big snake moving up directly in front of it, and he gets killed as well. That's the game. And the men's team will make it to the base without even flinching. 3-0.
Point approved.
All right, so the men's team takes a commanding lead. Can the combined team come back from 3-0 down? Still plenty of time on the clock. 8 minutes or so left to go there. But we'll change our attention quickly to the Golden Knights under 19 against the veterans.
30 seconds.
Veterans extremely aggressive in their gameplay. Must be something about those mustard color kit that they wear.
20 seconds.
Quickly getting to their markers. The under 19s on the right-hand side. That's them setting up. You can see on screen.
10 seconds.
Bit faster now.
See the cameraman, very brave position.
Game on.
And the veterans do. And see again, that aggressive breakaway, getting up forward. Knight's getting a nice movement down, but he gets killed as he made that movement. 2 of the under 19 side stuck behind the same barrier. They got that same strategy that was happening earlier on. So the veterans taking full advantage of that. 2 quick kills, those 2 that were stuck behind. 3 quick kills as the players go off. There's just 1 more man left on the field. He's stuck behind a Dorito right at the back. Those veterans are not holding back. 3 of them running and attacking him, and they get to the base.
Base.
Veterans showing these under 19s how to play the game. Under 19s walking off dejectedly in front of us. 3-1 it goes. So after a good stop in the under 19 team, the veterans have decided to turn up the heat. Now this could be the last round in this match. The men's team need just this one to be able to secure the win. Still 7 minutes in the clock, as you can see, 6:55. So what do the combined team do? Combined team have to do something. They've got time. You just need to
20 seconds.
turn the tide if they can.
Ten seconds.
Let's keep an eye on the combined team. What are they going to do? They're going to go with that aggressive strategy straight down to the center of the field. The men's team just sitting back, just defending, opening up a bit of the field position. But that man that moved down the center for the combined team has been killed. So now they're just down to 4. Some interesting movement down the snake directly in front of us here. You can see the player on the field. He's being peppered, but he's opened up the field. Everybody's sort of focusing on the man in the snake. Got another kill, and another man from the combined team is being eliminated. Looks as if the men's team are going to wrap this up quick time. Running around the outside, some aggressive movement down the far side of the field. Do they run out the clock now, or do they just tag this as 4 and secure the easy win?
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Golden Knight men secure strong victory there, 4-0. Good start for them in the tournament. You're watching the Afghan Cup. Whole lot of Golden Knights teams.
30 seconds.
Let's move on to the Golden Knights veterans against the Golden Knights under-19s. Can the under-19s turn things around with 7.5 minutes to go?
10 seconds.
So that one's done. They race to 4, so that one's finished. Okay, cool. That's fine, yeah, stay.
All right, let's keep an eye on the veterans here. Their breakaway. Are they going to go defensive? Will they do their usual aggressive tactics? Nice. There we go. Aggressive tactics as well. You can see the under-19 team just sitting back, 2 men behind the same pillar again. That tactic doesn't seem to work. Veterans just peppering the field, but those 2 players still stuck in that center barrier. Big movement on the far side of the field by one of the veterans. He's covering it up nicely. He's got a teammate behind him giving him some backup, but he gets killed. Into the snake we go. The veterans halfway up the field. Veterans also making up to Dorito 2 on the opposite side of the field. Commanding position now for the veterans. Looks as if the veterans are going to wrap this up now with plenty time on the clock. They have indeed. They've eliminated everybody and killed them all. The veterans will win this one 4-1 against the under-19.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
So the veterans win that one 4-1. Couple of quick games there. You can see those all happened within 4 minutes of action. 5 points in 4 minutes. That's the way good paintball is. We'll be back in a moment with our next round of games.
What's up now? Oh, next set. Okay, next set, eh? Somebody needs help, Matt Crony on that corner. Lucan, can you not answer me?
Four minutes. 3 minutes. Two minutes.
All right, so we're watching the Afghan Open X Ball trademark right now, and those are the results from the first round of games. So now we have the next team up. We got some, I don't want to call them foreigners, but they're from the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, made their way up here to Vanderbijl Park. Still, it seems to have got cooler from this morning. No rain yet, so we're holding thumbs that the rain will stay away, because then the field could get even more mushy. But 1 minute to go to the next round of games. Our cameraman will show us who's up next. There we go. Eastern Cape combined up against the Western Cape combined.
Seconds.
What's the time, Lucan? No, just 20 past 10. So 20 minutes behind.
20 seconds.
All right, let's get going. Eastern Cape combined against the Western Cape combined. EC on the left, WC on the right.
10 seconds.
Western Cape doing a quick breakaway. Looks as if everybody successfully managed to survive the big breakaway. No, one of the Western Cape players is being killed, so he's made his way to the back of the park. Down to 4 men now, the Western Cape. Eastern Cape looking steady. Everybody hiding away, sticking at the back of the barrier there. Move into that far corner, Dorito. That seems to be a good defensive position, that one, in this layout. Another kill for the Western Cape. Western Cape losing another man. They're down to just 3 players. And the Eastern Cape lose a player as well. So movement up to the Dorito on the left-hand side of the field. A good standoff for the far side as we're looking at it now. Eastern Cape moving up left, down to the center of the field now. Almost as if they're going to come around from behind. Into the snake, the Eastern Cape team now. A lot of communication, a lot of chatting. Again, that movement up to the Dorito. Into their opponent's half of the field now come the Eastern Cape. But gets killed as that in that attempt. This player in the snake is calling out the odds. Bit of a lull now as players try to find where they are. 2 players on the Western Cape side. Using the snake to great advantage. Getting up into opponent's half. Better tactics waiting now. The Western Cape players talking to each other on this side of the field. You can see them there, hidden behind. They're talking across the field there. So one on the Dorito right directly on the top of your screen under their name, and then on the left here. This one on the left can almost see the player sitting in the snake. Can't do anything about it though. Some clever movement in the snake. Covering fire and then making up a movement. Big movement up the right-hand side of the Western Cape player. Gets eliminated. And some patience from the Eastern Cape side. Good enough for them to be able to make it to the base. Some fantastic patient waiting. Western Cape just losing their patience, trying a little too hard, trying to make something happen. Eastern Cape were good enough to wait for it. Some sharp shooting cleared the field.
Point approved.
It's a quick turnaround for the teams. The Golden Knights under-19s back in the park against the Golden Knights combined. Both of those lost their opening rounds.
30 seconds.
So they'll want to make amends. Movement up the table will be great for them now. Combined started with a -4 aggregate, so they're going to want to turn things around if they can against the under-19s. Steady breakaway by the combined side. Also steady breakaway by the under-19 team. Combined side now making a movement. It's that second movement that makes it. They've lost a player, have they combined? Under-19s being checked as well. See the referee making his way towards the man in the Dorito on the left. We're seeing in the shots that he's been cleared. That's a go-ahead. Also in screen, the referee just making sure that this player on the left is fine. He's been given the all clear. Referee protecting his face. Another player being lost to the under-19 side. Another player getting eliminated from the under-19 side. Under-19 are down to 2 players now. The combined looking strong. Combined right in the center of the field. Also a man in the snake, far Dorito, and both corners of the field being covered. Moving up the snake, but he's been noticed. Can see the player. Making another movement up. Big movement up the far right-hand side. Another under-19 team player gets killed. 4 against 1. Oh, they've all been eliminated, just making sure. Combined side will go and get base. Oh, there's one more hiding away. But he gets eliminated. Base. It's the combined looking good. After a poor start in their first round, they take advantage of this and they take a 1-0 lead.
Point approved. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Western Cape combined have their breakaway, that big movement up to the front. They need to do something. Meanwhile, the Eastern Cape just sitting back, just defending. This position out on the left-hand side is a great defensive position. You get to see most of the field. Peppering them in the corner there. Nice movements there by the Western Cape at the same time. Players working together, making sure that they cover as much as the field. Same thing happening in the Eastern Cape. It's almost exactly a mirror reflection. Some actions on the far Dorito side by the Eastern Cape. Western Cape losing a player, making their way past me. Eastern Cape calling that they've killed another Western Cape player, but they are all stationary. Eastern Cape have lost a player. 4-all as far as I see it, and another one getting hit, another Western Cape player getting eliminated. As he gets eliminated, big movement up to Dorito 2 by the Western Cape side. Eastern Cape player got it into the snake, a little bit lazy. Another Western Cape player getting their way off the field. Eastern Cape look like they're down to 2 players. One on the far left-hand side, one on the Doritos on the right-hand side. Much the same sort of setup for the Western Cape side. There's a movement up out of that Dorito into the snake by the Western Cape player. Opening up the field. Not really concentrating on the Eastern Cape side. Western Cape side make big movements. It looks like it's 2 versus 2 at the moment. Snake versus the far left-hand side of the field. Again, it's coming down to a patience game. It's the same we had in the last round. Diagonal fielding, and the man in the snake gets eliminated. 2 versus 1 now. One more player up at the Dorito, right at the top of the field. 5 minutes left on the clock, halfway through the game. Bit of a lull, just waiting to find their opponents. Communication across the field. And does the Eastern Cape player, referee checking him out. And he kills him. Eastern Cape players will get up onto the field, up to the base, and get their point. So 2-0 lead with 4 minutes on the clock. I wonder how much they'll run down the clock before they get to claim double their lead. Remember, it's the first of 4 in these rounds.
20 seconds.
All right, combined against the Knights under 19 side now. Combined side making hard work of the first round. It took a little time, minutes and a half. Got the under 19s on the shot on the right-hand side. You can see them there. Nice slow breakaway, not getting too expansive. Some expansive moving by the combined side, straight down to that huge bunker. Also down into the snake they go on the far side of the field. It's going to be covered by this player you see directly in front of you in the middle of the field. But into the snake. Being covered nicely by the player behind a kill, it looks like, for the combined side. Have they lost a player? No, they still have their player in. These close corners are definitely a great defensive strategy. Moving up to the center for the combined side. It's not really a good position to be there. Kill for the combined side. An under 19 player makes his way off the field. That same Dorito too is the place that seems to be also in the center. They need to open up that Dorito, but the only way to do that is to get into the snake. Snake is nicely covered by this quarter Dorito that you can see here now. So the snake man is trapped. Does make a movement up. Bravely sticks his head up. Dorito man peppering the field from left to right. Another under 19 player is killed. It's like still 5 players for the combined side. Another of the under 19 gets killed. One more player here in the left-hand corner. He gets killed as well. One more player on the left. Dorito 2. And they're going to move up very quickly. Eliminated both sides. He gets killed. And that's pace.
Base. Point approved.
Because I'm just seeing so many medics here. There was another guy earlier. There we go.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. Seconds.
Eastern Cape combined against the Western Cape combined. Their first action out in the field. That's the Western Cape combined you're looking at now. On my right-hand side of the field.
10 seconds. Game on.
Quick breakaway, big breakaway through to get a 1-2. What they've got, 1 player killed in that breakaway already. So the combined down to 4 players now. Big movement up the snake by the Eastern Cape combined side and into the center of the field at the same time. I don't think anybody saw this player in the snake. Oh, he looks like he nearly got 2 players. Definitely got 1. And a second. And a third. Killing 4 players in 1 movement out of the snake. Quick win by the combined side. Wow. But the Eastern Cape combined side from the left-hand side.
Point approved.
So the Eastern Cape take a 3-0 lead against the Western Cape. Western Cape, as we were saying earlier, should be used to this weather. Still cool, overcast, not raining. Quick turnaround as we prepare for the under-19 side against the Golden Knights combined. Remember, it's the first to 4. Under-19s are going to have to do something.
20 seconds. Seconds.
Under-19 side making that big move into the center. One of the combines getting eliminated straight away, but they're also at the same time making big movements up to the center of the park and to the second Dorito on the left-hand side of the field as they are standing. Good defensive position for the Knights right in the middle of the park now. You can see behind that big barrier, just his head sticking out. This man with the yellow cap in front, a good position to be in, defending his position in the middle of the field. Also the big defensive position, slap bang in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4 players still for the combined side. More people, more fans arriving in the background. Bit of a stalemate now, players just working out where everybody is. Moving up the right-hand side by the combined side. 2 players moving at the same time. Good communication. Opening up the field a little bit more. Under-19 team trapped in the middle of the park. Can't really do anything. Has to expose a lot of their body when they try and shoot. Man in the yellow cap there, you can see he's calling all the shots. He knows where the players are, telling his teammates where the opponents are. Remember, it's the combined side on the right-hand side of the field as you look. They lead 2-0, so they're happy just to sit. Each team has a different name for different barriers, different obstacles. Doritos is what I call those triangular ones on the far side of the field, and as you see this player, we'll call that a Dorito as well. Player being eliminated out of the combine into the Snake Knights under-19 side. Opens up the field a little bit more. As long as you stay down, the Snake is a great position to be in. Gets some fast movement in the Snake. Both players not looking the right way. Goes around the outside. Gets his opponent from behind as well. And he's good enough to get to the base. Fast movement there through the Snake. It's definitely got to be a way to use that Snake more.
Point approved.
So what can the Western Cape combined side do? 3 minutes on the clock. They need to get 3 points.
20 seconds.
Did they go all out? Or did they at least get a point on the board? We'll find out in 15 seconds.
10 seconds. Game on.
And it's more of a defensive getting out. Oh, there's big movement into the center, into the snake as well. They're going to try and use that snake, but the snake's being well covered in the second Dorito on the Eastern Cape's left-hand side. Eastern Cape losing a player early. Western Cape player is also being killed. Low into the snake directly in front of us here, but there are 2 players covering that position, so he's going to struggle. Still 4 players of the Eastern Cape side. One of the Western Cape players making his way back to the pits. Four players still for the Eastern Cape side. Moving on to the left. This player in the snake has got a great position, and he gets a kill diagonally across the field. Eastern Cape down to 3 players now. Western Cape players, number 00 in the snake, opening up a position. But he's been spotted, and he's got a hit. He's got killed. So 3 Eastern Cape players. Suddenly things have swung towards the Eastern Cape players now. Good position, far side of the field. Dorito number 3. It's being nicely covered by the 2 players on the left-hand side for the Eastern Cape. See those diagonal shots that they have. Western Cape still stuck back in their positions, still defensive positions. Time is running out with only a minute on the clock. They need to turn it 3-0 around. Another Western Cape player getting killed. And that's the last kill for the Western Cape. That's all the players out. Eastern Cape are going to win this 4-0.
60 seconds. Towel. 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 Point approved. Game finished.
So the Eastern Cape begin with a win. Good start. 4-0. Puts them on top of the table, along with the Golden Knights men's.
30 seconds. Seconds.
All right, still a game on here. Golden Knights combined against the Golden Knights under 19. 4 minutes on the clock. If the Golden Knights under 19 can turn this around, things are going to get exciting. Really slow getting to the starting gate. No strategy at all from the under 19 side. 1-2 players being eliminated. A penalty is being thrown there as well. Under 19s in disarray. Something was happening in the pits. Just weren't thinking that through. So they're down to 3 players now. Combined side looking strong. Can see 1, 2, 3, 4 on your screen there. You see the dejected under 19 players walking back to their pits. Something just wasn't, no communication happening in the pits there. Big movement up for the combined side. Another kill for the combined side. Just one more player left. He's a sitting duck. He's going to get eliminated.
Towel.
And they throw in their towel.
Towel. Point approved.
All right, so 3-1 for the combined with 3 minutes to go. Golden Knights calling it quits there. So we'll have a 2-minute break now because the other match is over already. So these players will get themselves a little 2-minute breather. Hopefully that under 19 team will have a quick little chat, make sure they get onto the field in time. That was the problem. They just weren't ready for that start.
20 seconds.
Can the combined sides just
10
defend here?
seconds.
Under 19 team need to do something.
Game on.
You will have noticed there was no under 19 team out on the field.
Dazed.
So, under 19 team decided to not field any opponents, which was interesting. Combined side still used up paintballs, which, as an amateur player, still hurts when you hear them shooting off paintballs for no reason. Combined side will win this one. The referee's still going to check,
Game finished.
and the combined side make it a 4-1 win. For a while there, I thought the camera had frozen. We were wondering why we couldn't see the under 19 team, but yeah, they just didn't field any opponents that time around. So combined team win, and they will go up into tied second place. Yeah, if I've done my maths correctly, a 4-1 win. They'll go up into tied second place at the moment. They lost their first match 4-0, turned that around with a 4-1 win. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the next game.
Sorry, I think EC just played. If I give them a few minutes. Let me run it. Okay, let me run it and see if they're cool. If they're not, I'll run it down and just go. Okay, you guys gonna crony that up? Yep.
2 minutes.
TV. I don't know. They said it just went off. Usual.
All right, so confirmation of the Afghan X-Ball at the moment. As you see, Golden Knights men's and the Eastern Cape combined, holding top spot at the moment, 4 matches, with having won both of their matches. No, correction, their opening matches.
1 minute.
Golden Knights veterans 4-1, so they lose just because of that one difference, although they're all in the same points. Golden Knights combined, losing the first match, but their second one was a win. And then Western Cape combined and Golden Knights down the bottom of the table, struggling a little bit. We move on to our next game on the schedule now. Golden Knights men up against the Eastern Cape combined. So it's a top of the table clash. Whoever wins this will go top. Whoever loses will stay where they are, but it's more important who will win this round. The only way to find out is to watch. Welcome to the stream, by the way. You can leave comments on your Facebook page. Let us know if we're doing it right. Let us know if you want anything added, taken away. More than happy to take your suggestions. Please leave comments on the Facebook page. Good to be along with you. My name's John. Graham's making sure that the camera is working. Timing is by
10 seconds.
Luke is running the timing, making sure everything stays on time. Let's get into the action. Men on the left, Eastern Cape combined on the right. Men doing a big breakout through into the center of the park. Eastern Cape combined in their red and black, reminiscent of the old Eastern Cape rugby teams. Remember the red and black stripes. Big movement by the Eastern Cape side. Good defensive positions. The man makes his way up in the snake. The snake position is extremely aggressive. One more kill for the men's side. Eastern Cape have decided they need to win their points now. Eastern Cape making big movements up in the snake. It's free reign. Still this defensive position. These two players are 1.5 meters away from each other, maybe 2 meters. That's how close they are. Who will get it? Oh, and the Eastern Cape side gets the kill. One more player left for the Golden Knights men's team. Big movement straight down the middle. Not holding back. Kamikaze movement, and he gets the kill. So the Eastern Cape will stroll up and get the point. Good start for the Eastern Cape side. They need every point they can get here. Top of the table clash, remember?
Towel. 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 Point approved.
All right, we got some comments on the Facebook page. Somebody wants to know where to get the schedule for the games. That's been replied already, so thank you very much for that. Brad says, take vodka to the face.
20 seconds.
Nice barrel wiping there. Not sure what that is. Let's go nice and Western Cape, says Kyle. Good stuff. He's still rocking that beanie. He was using that beanie well and calling the shots. Leave comments in the comments below. It's great to have your feedback on this. Let's get into our next game, though. The veterans up against the Western Cape combined. We are watching the veterans break out. Nice and slow, except for that one player. Is get some defending there as well. A kill already from the combined side, having to make their way off the field. They're down to 4 players. Make that 3 players now. moving up the left-hand side by these veterans. These veterans do not hold back, but he gets killed as he made that big move. Again, more veterans coming up. Another combined player is eliminated. One more left in Dorito, and he gets hit as well. That's the game. Again, less than 40 seconds. These veterans don't hold back. They're just making 100% sure. Yep, the veterans going to earn themselves their first point. So the veterans, as you see, currently in third place. Up a win for them will move them up quite nicely as well, because of the top of the table clash between the men's and the Eastern Cape combined side. If the veterans win this, they'll jump up into second place.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Right, can the men do anything about the Eastern Cape combined side, who are a little bit late to their starting parts? Good breakaway, moving to the far left of the field as you saw that position. Not so much for the men's team. They're just happy to sit back. Big movement up the right-hand side of the field. Two players making a move up for the men's side. Getting all the way up into the middle. Eastern Cape combined side gets a kill. And some big movement up in the snake here by the men's side. Right across, standing up, no fear, gets his kill. And that's the men's side dominating the Eastern Cape this time around. So the Eastern Cape take a 2-0 lead against the men's tide.
Point approved.
Correction, 1-1 draw. It's level the series. Now, Golden Knights veterans against the Western Cape combined.
Seconds.
Always see these veteran tactics just running across the field, just dominating. No fear.
10 seconds. Game on.
Veterans holding back a little bit this time. There we go. That's the first movement. One kill from the veterans. One down already. Big veterans moving up the right-hand side, as you always predict they do. This is their tactic. Both sides of the field. One in the snake, staying as low as he possibly can. 20 meters on his knees. The veterans making a move on the right-hand side of the field for them, but he gets killed. One in the snake is still there. One-on-one against each other. Referee's being called in. And he's been given the okay to go ahead. Massive attack by the veterans. It's almost like the opponents don't know what to do, and the players are coming rushing at them. Veterans will double their lead.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Golden Knights men's against the Eastern Cape combined. Men's make that big dive to that forward position. Forward position is not really being used, but they make another big movement into the center. Both sides definitely going more aggressive this time around. You can hear the paint just splattering against the barriers. Men's team spreading out nicely across the field now. They've got that one man in the center of the field. He's going to get a little bit trapped because there's nowhere really for him to shoot at. Eastern Cape holding out quite nicely, but he gets eliminated in the center of the field. Just gets tagged from the corner. Eastern Cape sitting back now as the men's side start moving forward. Both sides of the field, far left and far right. Opening up the field a little bit more. That Dorito 1 is now a sitting duck. Dorito 1 and 2 being held by the Eastern Cape side. Make that Dorito 1 is now being held by the Eastern Cape side. 2 more players still for the Eastern Cape. Has to expose himself a little bit as the Eastern Cape trying to hold back the man in the snake. In fact, 3 players for the Eastern Cape side still. Being trapped here in the bottom left-hand corner. Bit of a lull now as the players start communicating with each other, working out where their opponents are. So the Eastern Cape stuck in their back markers. Referee checking a player gets hit and calls him out. Another kill on the left-hand side, so just 1 more Eastern Cape player. And he's just eliminated somebody else. 1 more Eastern Cape player. Is he being able to defend? Looks like we got 1 and 1. 1 against 1. Eastern Cape player gets hit, and that's the game. The men's team will wrap that up.
Base. Point approved. Seconds.
So the Golden Knights take a 2-1 lead against the Eastern Cape combined there. Now for the veterans up against the combined side from the Western Cape.
30 seconds.
Still plenty of time in the clock for the Western Cape to come back. If they lose this one, they'll be bottom of the table.
10 seconds.
We keep an eye on the veterans as they break away. Big movement to the forward on the left-hand side. Also, this big one to the Dorito on the right. Referee calls him a hit, though, so he is out. Nice movements from the veterans there. That's their tactics. Sit behind, move, and they just make these big movements forward. No reply from the combined side. They're just sitting back. They're going to get picked off. Holding in their defensive positions, though. 1 more gets eliminated. 2 men behind the same barrier again. That was the problem. Can't do that. It's the 2 players left on the combined side, as you can see. Veterans moving up as they do. Strong tactics. Being held back a little bit now. You'd expect somebody to do a kamikaze move. Movement from the combined side on the right hand going into the Dorito 1. Veterans moving up slowly for a change. None of the coming. Another combined player getting killed. So 2 more. Other people are referring to the Doritos as tea bags, which I can understand. Looks like one of those new triangular tea bags. Big veteran making a move up. Calling out where the players are. Teabag 1, teabag 2. Veterans might have met their match here. Great defending by the Western Cape side. You can see how close the players are. You can almost smell each other there. Movement up on the left-hand side, coming from behind, gets him and kills him there. What's happening now? The veterans, they're both running. One more veteran left. Veteran makes his way up. Again, no patience being shown by either of these sides. Oh, and does he get the kill there? And he does get the kill. The veteran gets the kill just around the corner as he stuck his head out.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
Another win for the veterans.
Approved. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Time out.
Gone all funny colors.
1 minute.
So how do you fix it? So for now they're gonna see. How do you get out of it though? Do you just have to unplug, replug? Oh, you have to press a button, okay. We lost our commentator now. Oh shit. So you guys just getting blue sky everywhere now. Check, the weather's good, it's all blue here guys. Just leave that up guys, it's great weather out here. It's great weather, it's blue all over.
20 seconds.
No, give it Jack, give it Jack, give it Jack.
10 seconds. Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
It's cold out there. All right, what happened there? Do we know? Thanks.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, and the veterans haven't quite got to their position yet. There's some frantic moving. The combined side haven't got to their position yet. They're going to make it. They do just in time. Let's see if the veterans can seal the game now with 6 minutes still left on the clock. They just need this one to be able to secure the win. Sitting back, holding their defensive positions for now. See if they can get a couple of kills. One kill already by the combined out. Make that 2 combined players being killed. Veterans moving up on the right-hand side of the field. Another combined player gets killed, so there'll be 1 or 2 left. We look from the other side of the field. You can see those veterans making that move up. 2 sitting in the defensive positions. There's nothing they can do there. They are stuck. Veterans pushing up 2 at a time. Massive crossfield. Everybody attacking. That has to be a kill. It is. Another combined player makes it out, and that's the game. The veterans secure another win. So their first match, they won 4-1. The second one, they're going to secure a 4-0 win here. That'll move them up into first, provisionally, before we get the results of the men's against the Eastern Cape combined side.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
Right, so a good win for the veterans. They're convincing win, strong win. No defensive tactics from them. They break it, they do like a little breakout, and then they wait, and then they do the big move all the way up the field and
30 seconds.
kamikaze style. All right, so if the combined men's, if the Golden Knights men's can secure this, they will go up into a comfortable first position.
20 seconds.
Eastern Cape combined will be pushed down to third.
10 seconds.
Eastern Cape on the screen there, playing from right to left.
Game on.
Breakout straight down the middle. Everybody make it. Looks as if they successfully did it. Same sort of thing happening for the Knights, the men's side, as you can see, right down to forwards. Eastern Cape not sitting back either. They have to make something happen. So they make a big play into the center of the park. But he's been spotted. So the men's side know exactly where their opponents are. One of the Eastern Cape players are making their way back to the park, so they're down to 4. Movement on the far side of the field up to Dorito, 3 for the Eastern Cape. This defensive position, this Dorito, that's such a good defensive position. The number 13 was just watches across the whole field. He can see everything that's happening. Same as this player that you can see bottom of the screen. It's almost like the captain's position. It's the place to be. Those two just watching can see exactly what's happening out there. Eastern Cape player, very brave, sticking his head out, moving away from the barrier, having to reload. One player right in front of each other. They hit each other, Eastern Cape player. Bit of a question. Both players eliminating each other. Referee's getting involved here and is going to give a flag. He's calling timeout. Let's find out.
Base. Point approved.
The referee wasn't happy with something that happened on the field there. He's coming towards us, as you can see. Let's see what he has to say. What happened there, Mr. F?
Okay, last guy got shot and he's turned on the player, so they got a major penalty. Not enough live players, swing point, and they'll start with 4 next game, the Gauteng team.
So the men's team will start with 4 players. And they get themselves a 2-minute break before the next round, or before their next game. Golden Knights men's team 3, Eastern Cape combined 2. Eastern Cape combined need this win if they want to stay in the hunt for the top of the table.
Seconds.
Eastern Cape player did not get to the start in time. Again, some poor, it looks as if he's been allowed to carry on playing. 1 kill now already by the Knights, or of the Knights, so the Knights lose down to 4 players. Eastern Cape doing extremely aggressive tactics straight up the middle of the park. Same thing happening for the Knights team. Players can just about see each other coming off. Big movement down for the Eastern Cape side. Both players getting eliminated though, and there's going to be a penalty. Eastern Cape getting another kill. That's everybody out. Eastern Cape side will go and get the base. They leveled it up at 3-all with 2 minutes to play.
Game stop. Base. Point approved.
You guys are starting with 4 again. No.
Don't chase me around.
There's nothing to talk about.
No, there is.
There's
I was
nothing.
getting assessed by one marshal and the other marshal in
There's nothing to talk about. I saw everything. Off you go. You guys are starting with 4. Thank you. Hey? You want to start with 3 if you're going to keep talking like that? Okay, guys, you're now starting with 3. That's another one step coming. You're starting with 3 now.
Referee's not taking any lip from the players. Players not happy with the calls.
Shut him up. Or he's going out. Sort him out. Nothing wrong with what's happened. Everything's fine. They need to calm down. Okay. You got you first, then you shot him. That's why you got a minor, not a major. He's chirped twice,
1 minute.
and it's a swing point. You were starting with 4, now you're starting with 3. Okay?
Hopefully you hear. Do you hear all of that? Did you hear all of that? All right. So, just somebody, one of the men's teams not happy with the call. So there was a lot of swearing and shouting. If there was 1 or 2 F words that came across, we apologize for that. But that's heat of the battle, as it were.
30 seconds.
So the Golden Knights men's team will start with 3 players. Now they've got to decide who's going to go out in the field. Last minute adjustments being made there. So what do the Eastern Cape combined side do? The winner of this wins. Big call by the referees.
10 seconds.
You probably caught all of that.
Game on.
2 minutes on the clock. The Eastern Cape combined have a 2-man advantage before the start. They make a big move down to the center. Do they go gung-ho and just wait and lose 2 men quickly? No, they don't. Referee's giving another penalty now. Another penalty given against the men's, the Golden Knights men's team. So they're down to just 1 player now. Eastern Cape's game to take. There's 1 more man in this defensive position in the Doritos. He gets killed, and that's the game. Eastern Cape will take this. They've got a minute and a half to make sure. Great comeback by the Eastern Cape. They're 3-1 down. Went 3-2 down. Went 2 quickly.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
So the Eastern Cape take the game 4-3 against the Golden Knights men.
3 minutes.
So Western Cape's played 4, Eastern Cape's played 3 in a row. So I'm just going to run it and then I'll give
2
it another
minutes.
minute or two tops.
All right, so that's the table of the Afghan Cup at the moment. As you see, the veterans leading that now. 4 points from their 2 games, but they're leading on average score. With the Eastern Cape combined with that great comeback now that they just went into 2nd place. There will be semi-finals, as well as a 3rd and 4th place and a final playoff for the Afghan Cup as well. So the top 4 will go through. First will play 4th, second will play 3rd, and then there'll be a 3rd and 4th place playoff and a 1st and 2nd place playoff as well for the Afghan Cup. That should all be done, if everything goes according to schedule, round about 2:30 today. We'll have a result of that.
1 minute.
So the Golden Knights veterans up against the Eastern Cape combined. Some of the players have played 3 games in a row now, so the referee's going to give them a little bit of a breathing time. So we'll be back when the game starts.
Something like that.
There's a restaurant, there's a Portuguese restaurant in Czech. There's a kilogram ribeye.
30 seconds.
Okay, they're all good to go now, and they had a bit extra shame. The Western Cape, I thought the Eastern Cape had a bad with 3. Western Cape's like,
20 seconds.
we've just played our 4th.
All right, let's go.
10 seconds.
All right, let's get into the action. The Golden Knights combined against the Eastern Cape combined.
Game on.
Both sides getting very aggressive as they get out there. Eastern Cape combined are going to have their heads up. Come off a successful win, but they're going to be getting a little tired. They've just played 3 in a row. Combined need this one if they want to stay in the semi-finals, give themselves a chance of getting through to the semi-finals. Eastern Cape making big moves out into Dorito. Referee's just checking a couple of players if they've been hit or not. Combined making moves up into the center of the field. Nobody really using the outsides. This Eastern Cape player is sitting back, defending position. Two players behind each other now. One behind each other. Doesn't make sense. Into the snake. You can see the Combined using that snake a little bit. Everything happening on the near side of the field. Lots of communication, lots of people talking about where the players are. Using that snake well again on the Combined side. The two players from the Eastern Cape keeping a close eye on him though. Eastern Cape and the Combined side both getting a kill at the same time. Eastern Cape making a big move up on the right-hand side of the field, opening up that back corner, but it looks like he might have got hit. Referee's just checking him out, so say he's fine. Eastern Cape player stays in. Another kill. Man in the snake having to make his way off the field now. So the two Eastern Cape players here on the left-hand side defending that Dorito. Now going across field. You can see that Dorito right on the top left-hand side of the field that's being defended. Two players eliminating themselves. Looks like there's only one more player for the Combined side now. Got 1 versus 1 happening at the moment. 2 versus 1. Eastern Cape is far back right-hand side of their side and right in the center. Moving forward now to Dorito 3. That defending position, standing behind the Dorito, watching his position. See the Eastern Cape player moving up on the right-hand side as well. They got to pincer him. And they got him as well. Quick hit.
Towel.
And they're throwing the towel.
Towel. Point approved.
Eastern Cape get themselves a first point. Right, so bottom of the table clash happening now. The under-19s against the Western Cape Combined.
30 seconds.
Under-19s have lost both of their games 4-1. Western Cape Combineds have lost both of their games 4-0. So both will be looking for a change of fortune. The good news is somebody has to win.
20 seconds. Seconds.
Good breakaway by the Western Cape, getting up onto those top Doritos. More of a defensive breakaway by the Golden Knights. Staying behind those 3 defensive pillars at the back, sending 1 man forward. Maybe a bit of a sacrificial lamb. Western Cape peppering the field and managing to get into the snake. Was noticed getting in there, but managed to get past. Another kill for the Western Cape, so Golden Knights down to fewer players. Western Cape moving around quite freely now. Some great work by the Combined side. Combined side communicating with each other, drawing players. That man you can see in the middle of the field there is just stuck. He's being peppered from 3 sides. Nothing he can do there. Combined side moving up nicely, getting into different positions, trying to open up the field a little bit. Combined side again, making some nice movement. And that man finally getting hit by for the Knights, running off the field. Just that one more defensive you can see at the back of the field. Combined, I don't think they know he's there. And they get him. Players eliminating each other. So the combined side go ahead and we'll get the tag.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Eastern Cape combined against the Golden Knights combined. Eastern Cape doing a big push up to the middle of the field, those two outside defensive positions, compared to the Knights side, which has got those two defensive positions in the middle. Also have a player out in front. But you can see how much more of the field opens up when you get into these corner sides as opposed to straight down the middle. Eastern Cape just need to hold into their position. Still plenty of time in the clock. This game can go either way still. Only the second round. Eastern Cape preparing the right-hand side of the field. But he gets hit from the middle of the field. He gets hit, so he has to take his way off. Small man using the snake at the same time on the other side of the field, moving up in the Doritos. Mono versus Mono here in the snake. I think they finally saw it. Now who's the most... Oh, he gets hit in the back. The man in the snake is getting taken out 2 players already. I see an Eastern Cape player has just been eliminated from the top. Both sides of the field now having one-on-one action. Big move. Kamikaze move happening here from the combined side, the Golden Knights combined side. He makes his way all the way out to the top of the field. And made it all the way around to score an equalizing base. 1-1 now.
Point approved.
All right, can the Western Cape double their lead, or can the under-19s fight back and equalize this? Plenty time in the clock. Let's go.
Game on.
Conservative central breakout by the Western Cape as opposed to the Knights, which you can see spreading themselves out. That far right pillar and this left-hand Dorito as well. Whereas the Western Cape sitting in the central position again. And one of their players getting eliminated already. And the Golden Knights losing one of their players. A little bit of a question there as to why they kept on shooting at him, but he's been eliminated. Western Cape moving up into the center of the park. Good defensive position, but now there's two players in the same spot. Can the Golden Knights take advantage of that? And some aggressive movement by the Western Cape.
Base.
Taking out two players at the same time and managing to make it to the base. Western Cape combined with some aggressive play reminiscent of the veterans that we saw earlier on.
Point approved. Seconds.
Reminder to leave comments, please. Leave the suggestions. Get the debate going on the page. We're keeping an eye on that and having a good laugh. Thank you very much for the comments as well and the shares. Do share it. Spread the spread of love sport. I see Takeshi's watching us in Japan. Hello, Takeshi. How's your castle? Going well? It's a TV program called Takeshi's Castle. Big breakout. Eastern Cape now feeling extremely confident after their last domination. But the combined side sitting back as well, doing some big movements up into the center of the field. Don't think the Eastern Cape saw that movement though. Got themselves into a good defensive position on the left-hand side of the field, so they moved a player up on the right. Combined side sitting in those two defensive positions in the middle of the park. It doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. You've got to get out to the outsides. See what the Eastern Cape side have done here. They're on the outside of the park. It just opens up the angles a little bit more. Two players getting eliminated at the same time, one from each side. Eastern Cape player is going to get called out as well. He gets hit in the leg. So they're down to just two now, and I can see three on screen there for the Golden Knights combined side. Make that two as one player gets eliminated. Again, you see that position. That angle from the corner is definitely where you want to be. And the Eastern Cape gets eliminated and call a quick towel. The Knights go 2-1 up. Definitely some passion out there.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Western Cape combined breaking away and getting to those positions, as do the Golden Knights on the opposite side of the park. Getting out to that far outside. Golden Knights sort of sitting on top of each other, but then managing to spread out, making a big move into the center of the park. Western Cape just sitting back. They just have to defend this. Still almost 7 minutes left on the clock. So the Western Cape just going to defend, making a move up to Dorito 2. Under fire, managed to get past. Referee's just checking one of the opponents here on the Western Cape, calls it clear. Golden Knights have lost a player. Western Cape having to move into that far left Dorito in front of your screen, directly in front of you. Good angles across the field. Knights lose another player. Western Cape moving down to the bottom of the field, commentary side. Under 19s taking a little step forward. But that corner Dorito is good enough to be able to defend that. Another movement up to the center, same time that, and he gets hit as he was getting a little bit too confident making that movement. Another player also from the under 19s getting killed. Just the one more in the defensive position, directly in front of us here. And he gets hit as well. And that's the game. Western Cape will make this 3-0.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
Western Cape need just one more to seal that game. We'll see what effect that has on the table leading into the semi-finals.
30 seconds.
Western Cape currently bottom of the table as well, so that's going to make things very interesting. Remember, that's a bottom of the table clash between the under 19s and the Western Cape combined. Whoever wins that will definitely go up into 4th place preliminary before the Golden Knights combined side gets involved as well. So that playoff spot, all important at the moment between these bottom two. Referees called a timeout for our next clash. Eastern Cape combined against the Golden Knights combined. Still 4 minutes left on the clock.
1 minute. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
We watch the Eastern Cape breakaway. Big, expansive breakaway. Into the snake goes the Eastern Cape. Great start for them as the Western Cape sit back. They're doing that central defensive position that they normally do. Eastern Cape deciding that they need to go and equalize this one. Again, getting into that corner position, which is great. Western Cape also making it into the snake now as well. Four Western Cape players on the one side of the field with a one out in the far right, but he gets it. Western Cape down to just 4 players now. It's a battle of the Capes. Correction there. Golden Knights combined side is on our right-hand side. Sorry, I hang my head in shame. It's not the Western Cape. Another Eastern Cape player gets eliminated. The span in the snake is just clearing up at the moment. Combined side just making sure. Combined side just finding one more opponent. Working nicely round the corners. Can't quite see. There he is on top of Dorito too. So he's going to be a kill now. There we go. He gets eliminated. And the Golden Knights combined will make it 3-1.
Point approved.
Next game starting in a moment. Western Cape combined against the Golden Knights. Western Cape need this one, and they'll secure themselves a good point. It'll move them off bottom spot at the moment. It'll be their first win out of 3. Making their way towards the start of position, you can see, center screen there.
20 seconds. seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Western Cape combined going out aggressively. They need this one to be able to secure the win. So what can the Golden Knights under 19 team do? They've been struggling all day today. They come up against some tough opponents though. Under 19 gets out to that defensive position. But he gets hit in doing so, so he gets eliminated. Western Cape moving forward nicely. Under 19 sticking with those two defensive positions. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, one has to get out to this corner. But I think that's going to be a suicide mission trying to get out there now. He gives it a go. Does he make it? He does indeed. Good movements from the Golden Knights under 19 side. You can see him stuck behind that barrier now. It's 1v1 right across the park. Golden Knights are going to have to make some movement here. Moving forward is the Western Cape, opening up the field a little bit from the center. Using as much of the barrier as he possibly can. You can see that leaning into it, closing down the angle. Again, more movement now from the Western Cape. They need just this 1 point and they've won the game. Another kill is just one more man, two more from the Golden Knights. One more from the Golden Knights. Also a kill, and the Western Cape will win it. So the Western Cape win that game. That will move them off the bottom of the table. They move up with the Golden Knights combined now because that was 4-1. So they'll move up into 4th place. And then we'll have to work out later on what points differences are. But then Golden Knights combined are also going to be playing a game now. If Golden Knights combined win this one, they'll move up into 3rd place. So still plenty to play for in the last round of matches. All right, Golden Knights combined against the Eastern Cape combined. Eastern Cape need this, otherwise they're going to drop down from 2nd position, that's for sure. No holding back from the combined team. They move forward. Eastern Cape sitting back a little bit, holding those 3 positions. Golden Lions moving forward very quickly, as are the Eastern Cape. They've decided they're not going to sit back either. It's that first wave, and then they wait, and then they give the second wave of attack. Eastern Cape losing a player. Western Cape doing some sneaky move up here in the snake. But he's been spotted. Eastern Cape some clever shooting. Just sticking enough out to be able to get a shot off. Some tactics onto Dorito. 2 now players looking to each other. Eastern Cape makes a move up into the center. If he makes a 1 meter move forward, he'll be able to take out at least 2 players. But he doesn't do it. Snake moves up a little bit. I'm going to have to just lower my voice a little bit so I don't give the positions away of the players. Sneaky move happening in the middle of the park now. Eastern Cape players moved up forward. Oh, another combined team member has to go out. Eastern Cape sitting with 3 players now. Eastern Cape need this quickly. Is he going to be able to make it up? Moves forward, and the Eastern Cape are going to make it 3-2 with a minute left on the clock.
Ace. Point approved.
So they get themselves a 2-minute rest. Can the Eastern Cape combine make that 3-all in the 45 seconds that's remaining? Golden Knights just need to defend. All for the Eastern Cape now.
One minute.
You find it the bag you want to play
30
with?
seconds.
So my plan is
20 seconds.
All right, can the Eastern Cape come back now and equalize this with just 45 seconds left on the clock? Eastern Cape getting to their starting position slowly.
Game on.
Eastern Cape make a big breakout, get into the snake. The Golden Knights just need to defend this, so they're also getting forward into the snake. Referee checking this player in the snake. Were they hit? No. Yes, they got eliminated. Just 3 players now left for the Eastern Cape with only 25 seconds left on the clock. 3 players left for the Eastern Cape, all in the center. Another one getting eliminated. There's 2 left for the Eastern Cape, 1 left for the Eastern Cape, right in the center of the field. They're going to be a sitting duck. Getting hit from behind. Doof, doof. They get hit. And the combined side will make it 4-2 and win the game.
Game time finished. Game finished.
That's the next set now, Lucan. Hey, sorry. Next set,
All right, so time ran out just before they could get to the tag there. So the Golden Knights win that 3-2. That is going to make a difference when it comes to average margin and choosing a 4th place, I think. So if they had been a little bit faster and got there, they would have won at 4-2, which means they would have got another a slightly bigger margin. So they only the 1 margin as opposed to the 2 now. So let's see how that works out once all the final round of games have been played. We'll do a little update on the score in a moment and see.
If the power goes off, then we'll have it earlier. But for now, we're going to just start with the 2 sets to 1 hour or so. But I'll send it in.
4 minutes.
All right, so let's have a look at the table after that last round of games. As you can see, the combined side move up into second place now with that 3-2. Average margin is 0. So if the Knights win convincingly, then that might change. But it's a good second place. So Veterans holding on to that first place and still have a game in hand. So they look like they should finish top of the table. The combined side looking good with the Eastern Cape side. Just a difference on margins now, 1.3 as opposed to the 0, as you can see. And the playoff for fourth in that last semi-final place still wide open. The men's team will be able to try and change that now, the Golden Knights men's team. But if they lose that, then who knows what can happen in the final round. Still plenty to play for.
Played since '93. It was never competitive like this. I just wanted recreational paintball. I started still in the bush, and we still had that just the safety goggles, and you had to use like a plastic thing just to put over your face. And I remember I was wearing glasses those years,
2 minutes.
and with the glasses on and the safety goggles, I couldn't get this on, so I'm like, it's fine, I'll play without it. And there was this pro player that already those years had the laser sights and everything on their guns and whatever, and he shot me in my nose. And I remember I was standing there, so now it's coming down, so it's like, now I don't know, because it's a red fill as well, so it's like, is it blood, is it paint? I'm not sure what. That's why we don't use red fill in the tournaments, because you can't differentiate between when the poor medics need to run onto the field all the time. I think he broke my nose, obviously, but I looked like Noddy for a week, with my nose just swollen like that. And every single time since then, if I just play for the fun on the bunkers and the stuff against a player or whatever, they always think he hit me right here, and then I look like a freaking Indian for a week with this knob here on my forehead. And I'm like, every time I'm like, I must remember to put a beanie or a headband
1
or
minute.
something on. I don't. Obviously, I will never play in my own tournaments because that just seems biased. Because I know I will win. Irrespective of anyone else.
All right, let's get on to the next round of games. I see there's been a hole put on the timer. Golden Knights men up against the Golden Knights veterans. This is going to be an interesting matchup with the veterans not holding back. The men need a win if they want to guarantee themselves a semi-final place. Time gets resumed. Back on. 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Traditional breakaway by the veterans. They get themselves into a big forward position, both sides of the field. Men's side are just going to have to sit back now and wait, but they do make a big movement forward. 2 players, one on the left-hand side of their field, one in the center as well, successfully doing so, and another player moving forward as well. The Knights looking in a stronger position now, and they've been given a penalty as well, so they've lost 2 players just like that. One player in the center, the veterans doing their movement now, going forward. 1, 2 veteran players moving forward at the same time. Big movement going around the corner, getting in from behind and making it successfully to there. And the men's team will call it a towel very, very quickly, as veterans are so strong. Accurate shooting as well while on the run. It's good moving. All right, so we get the combined side from the Golden Knights up against the Western Cape combined side. Western Cape combined side coming onto the field slowly. Just the 4 players now. 5th player making his way on quickly. And they break away. What do the Western Cape do? I see 1 player has been called and a penalty as well for the Western Cape. So they're down to just 3 players now without even firing a shot. Knights making their way around straight into the center of the field. Don't think anybody's noticed him there yet, so he's just waiting and playing a patient game. Good movement up the field into the snake, but the player gets hit. And another combined player gets killed, so I think it's just 2 more now. Western Cape players just checking. Making sure they know where their players are, where their opponents are. You can see the 2, just swap back to the shot there. You can see the 2 Golden Knights players right at the back of the field. Top of the left-hand corner of the screen. It's a good position to be in. They're covering most of the field. There's some movement by the Western Cape player up into the center. That far left position being counted. Big movement up forward now by the Western Cape side. 1, 2, 3 players from the Western Cape all making movements. Big kamikaze move around the back. Good enough. Both players eliminated. And to base.
Point approved.
So the Western Cape take a good lead there. Good start. We return to the veterans against the Knights men. Maybe we should keep just an eye on the veterans this time around because their tactics are spectacular. So it's the veterans against the men. It's probably the top 2 teams for the Golden Knights. One of the veterans already been eliminated. He's making his way back to the pits. It's the men looking strong. Another veteran's been eliminated, walking down the far side of the field. So they're down to just 3 players now. I can see 4 men at least from my position. Golden Knights successful position, managing to hold off that Knights attack, the veterans attack. Veterans sitting back a little bit this time around, which is interesting. Change of tactics, trying something new. Some forward movement now by the men's team on the right-hand side, moving forward. And into the snake go the men's team as well. Veterans being held back in their position by this clever Dorito defensive position, becoming a bit of an offensive position as well, stopping the opponent from moving. You can see that player stuck in the Dorito. Man in the snake there, making his way forward again. If he moves a little bit, he's going to get hit. Oh, great movement as well. Great shot. He's going to make forward. If he goes forward 2 meters, now gets an opponent in the back. That's got to hurt. Another veteran trying to make a big move and gets hit. And the men are going to pull one back against the unbeaten veterans. I lie, they've lost 1 round once. Only their 2nd round that they've lost so far. So veterans 1, men 1 with 7 minutes left on the clock.
Point approved. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Western Cape up against the Golden Knights combined. Western Cape go out to those wide defensive positions, as does the Golden Knights there as well. Such a good defensive position, this one, because it's more of an attack. It opens up the field. 2 in the center as well. Just 1 in the center for the Western Cape, and they've moved up to the left-hand side of the field as they play. You can see the 2, 1 in Dorito and 1 to the far side. Referee just checking in there, making sure the player wasn't hit. Big movement by the Golden Knights. Slide into the snake. Combined side. Big kamikaze move. Big movement. Managed to get the kill without getting killed and gets the tag. Golden Knights combined with a big move down the center of the field. The Golden Knights pull one back against the Western Cape side. Still plenty of time on the clock. 1-1.
Point approved. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
'Veterans going back to the old taxi. 1 big movement, 2 big movements up straight into the center of the park. They managed to get away with it. They have indeed. And into... Whoa! Immediate cold towel by the Golden Knights men. Veterans not holding back that time. That's like the old days. Maybe some sportsmanship coming from the veterans there against the Golden Knights combined side.
Hey, you guys haven't gone off in a while.
Yeah.
Must be about time for another one.
Yeah, soon. There's no load shedding now. It's supposed to be at 12.
20 seconds.
I'm getting cold.
10 seconds.
Combined Golden Knights against the Western Cape. Western Cape getting straight down into that snake. Nicely spread out across the park, 2 in the center and 2 out to the far right-hand side for the Western Cape side. You can see those 2 for the Golden Knights that are in the middle. Making movements forward slightly now, the Golden Knights combined side. 2 players getting eliminated from the Western Cape one side, the far right-hand side. Western Cape Snake Man getting peppered. He is hiding away. There's no effort here to go now. So what does his teammate do? Man in the Dorito there is keeping an eye on the man in the snake, who's probably about 35 meters away from him. And see him there in the snake. 1 versus 1, but there was a big movement forward now by the Golden Knights combined side. Slap bang in the middle of the park. Trying to open the angle there. Some movements, one-on-one action. 2 players getting eliminated, eliminating each other. Again, more movement from the Western Cape combined side. Far right-hand side of the field. 2 players eliminating each other again there. 1 player in the snake, he puts his hand up. He gets hit. And that should be the Golden Knights combined. Is there another player? That's what I thought. Golden Knights go and make it 2-1. Right, so the veterans come back on. Extremely confident after that last win. Beating the men 2-1 at the moment with 4.5 minutes. No, 6.5 minutes. Almost 7 minutes on the clock, so plenty time for the veterans.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
The men's side standing strong, still 4 players. They've had 1 player killed. Men's side's getting peppered, though, by the veterans. The veterans just seem to shoot so much more accurately. 1, 2, 3 of the men's players making their way off the park now. Just 2 on the far side, or the far Doritos, holding on to that position, but that's going to get covered by the snake. This man, a snake, is going to kill. He's going to get at least 2 players from where he is. Veterans calling the odds here at the snake. Everybody's focused on the one man in the snake. So, in fact, yeah, there we go. 3 players, that's it. And the Veterans will win this one as well as they clear the park. Veterans will make it 3-1 with plenty time left on the clock.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right, so the Western Cape on the left-hand side, we're looking at the Golden Knights combined team breakaway. Big one out. So the 2 outside positions seem to be the better ones. Much the same for the Western Cape side. They've just gone up to their left-hand side. Move it up to that big barrier in the middle of the field. Combined side sitting comfortably, talking to each other, all five players still on the field. Western Cape's just lost a player. Combined side sitting, just waiting. Remember, combined lead by 2-1. You can see on the top of the screen there with a minute to go, with plenty time to go. 5 minutes still on the clock. Some cat and mouse shooting happening across the field. It allows some of the players to try and get different positions. Moving to the far right of the field now is the combined side. Referee getting involved here. Referee calling it fine for the Western Cape. Player gets to live on, but it gave his opponent time to move up without being noticed. Players happy to play for time. Western Cape have got players spread across the field. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, one in the center. As my controller goes back, can we go back? You can see the Western Cape players to left-hand side of the field, 2 of them there. One in the Dorito right at the top of the course as well. And then there's one in the middle who's moving forward now. Another Golden Knights player gets eliminated, down to 2, one on either side of the field. Correction, make that 3. Big move, attempted move, and he seems to have made it. Although he is checking with the referees to see. And he gets called out. But while that was happening, out on the far left-hand side of the field, the Western Cape were able to move up nicely. It's going to be a one-on-one on the other side of the field. This player directly in the center of the field now, holding a position. He's protecting his, there's 2 players on either side of the field. This one's just peppering the field as he goes, just keeping an eye out. Looks like it's just him now. Just one more player left for the combined side. It's the one directly in front of you. You can see that's that's the bead. That's who he's keeping an eye on. Keeps on tagging him. He's got to look either side, and he reached the base without getting hit. Sneaking out there, but there's the man from the Western Cape. They make it 2-all.
approved.
Galvin!
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
There's a scoreboard flicker there. That's why I wanted to just check. There's a funny like flicker in the
10 seconds. Game on.
Golden Knights men against the Golden Knights veterans. Veterans want to be able to secure this very quickly. I mean, look, see, one of the men, two of the men already been eliminated. Veterans having a man killed as well. Men making big movements, getting out to that corner, but it's not going to be enough, I'm afraid. These veterans are feeling extremely confident today. 3 of them at the back, though. Will they be able to move it? In fact, 4 of them that you can see. Men have spread out quite nicely now, so they've managed to stop any movement. Veterans normally now will start running out of patience and start wanting to run ahead. As predicted, there we go, into the snake. Takes 2 movements up into the snake. Takes 2 positions forward. And 1 up in the middle as well. These 2 defensive positions you can see for the Golden Knights men. 1 on the right-hand side, 1 on the left-hand side of the screen. Good positions to be in. 1 on the right can counter to the left. The 1 on the left can counter to the right. That's the view. You can see the players versus each other. Yet another veteran gets eliminated. I can see 2. Big movement up on the left-hand side. This is going to be trouble. We're going to get hit. Big movement up to Snake by the men's team. He's got to hide. He's got a bead. Shooting cross field, but while he's doing that, he's being distracted. And he gets hit as well. So it looks like 1v1 now. This man you can see in the center of your screen. Stick on that shot. You can see he's aiming for one-on-one action. Comes down to patience. Who's going to make the first move? .234. There is a movement to the right-hand side behind that Dorito. Did he see it? And you can see the 2 players. Oh, and he get him around the corner. Fantastic shot from the right-hand side. And they bring it 3-2. Veterans weren't as confident in that one. With only 2 minutes to play, can the Golden Knight men bring that back to 3-all? This is going to be a great one to watch.
funny colors. Screensaver.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Golden Knights against the Western Cape combined. 2-2 with just 2 minutes left on the clock. Are we going to see a 2-minute game here, and whoever wins this one is going to win, or are we going to have a quick one? Western Cape side on the right-hand side of the field. So you're looking at the Golden Knights combined moving forward very nicely. Western Cape just peppering the opposition, just keeping their heads down. Steady shot coming from that secure base at the back. That defender firing on the, loading on the while he's firing. Bit of a stalemate as the Western Cape just holding their positions. Combined side calling names. One of the Western Cape players getting killed. Four Western Cape players.
60 seconds.
Only a minute left on the clock. Whoever wins this now is going to win the game. Big movement up into the snake there. This might be the decisive move. And another player in the center. Meanwhile, the Western Cape players just sitting steady. Not really doing very much. Again, more movement. Kamikaze moves down the left-hand side. It's decided that the combined side are going to do something about it. The combined side's going to get hit. But while nobody's looking, looks like we have a one-on-one situation again. One-on-one with only 23 seconds left on the clock. This one looks like it might go into overtime. Oh, and he gets hit. Will he be able to make it to the clock in time? There's only 13 seconds left on the clock. Is he going to run out the timer? Casually strolling to the clock. 4, 3, 2.
Game stopped.
All right, so that match is going to go to overtime, 2-2. We've got 2 minutes left now for the Golden Knights veterans against the Golden Knight men.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Which way do the veterans go? The veterans hold back a little bit. Some forward movement there by the men's team. Referee's very brave, getting in the line of fire to call some of these shots. Veterans have had a man eliminated, make that 2 people eliminated from the veterans already. Veterans may be going a little bit too hard. They've got 1 minute 40 on the clock just to defend. That's all they have to do. But I don't think they know defend. Golden Knight men's team sitting back, waiting. Again, they're in those good positions. Moving forward, Golden Knights men. 1, 2 players moving forward at the same time. Veterans are being pinned back. Only a minute left on the clock. Again, some nice movement by the men's team. 1, 2, 1 player gets eliminated. Another veteran gets eliminated. Men moving down the right-hand side of the park, heading in towards the base. Double checking, 50 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to level this off at 3-3? They do indeed. 43 seconds left. It's 3-3. Which way will this game go with only 40 seconds?
camera at me. That slide better have been there. I'm going to go back and watch. You better have said something cool as well about it. I did it. It wasn't cool, but he did say so.
30 seconds.
Okay, cool. And wrist order.
What happens Sunday?
Oh, on the grip thing.
20 seconds.
All right, 5 minutes of overtime. Whoever wins, oh, somebody's called a timeout. But whoever wins this will win the match. Golden Knights combined against the Western Cape combined. North versus South.
1 minute. Seconds. 20 seconds.
Next time, the thing is, don't say anything. Don't do anything. Get it here, and we rolled it like that. Don't jinx it.
10 seconds.
Now she arrives. Now she arrives.
I'm showing the angler around.
Game on.
2-all into extra time we go. They got 5 minutes to be able to battle this out, but it looks as if the Golden Knights have decided that they're not going to hold back. Although the Western Cape combined side are sitting back a little bit. No, the Golden Knights have decided they want to move far forward. Knights sitting back, 4 players at the back. They've lost 1 already. Western Cape side looking comfortable. Got 5 minutes. Will they use all 5 minutes, or are they going to play for the draw here? Golden Knights moving forward. Sneaky little move up in the snake. I don't know if he's been noticed. Made his position available, but he continues to move up in the snake. Moving right up as far as he possibly can in the snake. But he's been noticed. So he's going to have to go into defensive mode. Oh, some big move, and he missed it. Wasn't focusing. Gets hit. And he got hit. Slight lapse in concentration from the player at the snake. Having a look-see. Golden Knights player being checked. Referee gives him all clear. I can see 2 more Western Cape players. There's the 2 Golden Knights players that you can see. Bit of a stalemate now. Who's got the patience? Remember, plenty time on the clock. Still 3 minutes to go. Only 2 minutes has been played. Just peppering, just moving it around. All right, finally the Golden Knights decide to make a bit of a move there, trying to open up the field, opening himself to be shot from the right there. Oh, does he look like he got a shot in? In fact, there's still 3 players here for the Western Cape, trying to open it up. And that's Golden Knights players getting eliminated. 3 players for the Western Cape. Can we see the 1 from the Golden Knights? 1 hiding away there. Not wanting to do anything, reloading. Who's going to lose patience first? 1 minute 47 on the clock. Referee getting out of the right. Big movement up. Getting out of there, step into the middle. That was noticed. Now he's going to get peppered. Angles from all sides. Oh, and he gets hit in the back. Oh, nice shooting by that man at the snake. And the Western Cape will win it.
Base.
That's going to have big implications. 2-all. The Western Cape was second last. Is that good enough to move them up to a playoff position in 4th place? Let's find out.
Point approved.
I'm telling, go. They're not, I know they're
30
not.
seconds.
So wait for this 43 seconds to play out, and there's going to be a 2-minute gap anyway, getting them ready for overtime.
Okay.
She'll try not to shock on that.
All right. Yeah, we'll have to just use the towel.
Talk about her experience here in South Africa and whatever the case so far. She's not going to be very happy about the rain that we're having because she's expecting sunshine. But
Yeah, so do we.
20 seconds.
It's going to be another overtime. Watch this.
10
Another
seconds.
overtime.
43 seconds seems to be pretty impressive.
And then what? Well, no.
We still have a whole set to go.
Rematch.
Golden Knights against Golden Knights veterans. Veterans taking forward. Big time. Only 30 seconds left in the clock. It's 3-all. This is what it comes down to. Who is willing to make the first move? Who is willing to take the shot? One of the two is the mid-size. I mean, the elimination series players be now. They will take your big moves forward. Make that 2 moves forward. That's being made. The veterans not holding back. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Back in with a kamikaze plan. He reaches the end. No, he doesn't. He gets hit. Another veteran comes around the corner and he hits. The tag, did he make it? Referee's going to have to see this one. 3 seconds left on the clock. Was it fast enough? What decision does the referee make? They're taking this long, it can only be good.
Point approved. Game finished.
The point's been approved. The Golden Knights veterans win that with 3 seconds left on the clock. Big celebrations happening as well. All right, we have a guest. Who are you?
I'm Amber from Anthrax.
Hello, Amber.
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm from. Oh, that's a tough question.
Come on, let's go.
Okay, I'm originally from Malaysia. I live in Spain now. And I work for a Greek company. But I'm here in South Africa.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for the weather. Did you bring it to us?
I think I did, because I think I brought it to Prague as well. And maybe Amsterdam.
Tell us about Anthrax. What do you do?
We actually do custom sports where we specialize in paintball. jerseys.
Yes.
So I think Wolverines, the Knights, the Doomsday Raptors, I think Quaggas as well are all our teams.
Okay.
So they all wear Anthrax jerseys and a lot of other Anthrax stuff, and I'm really happy about that.
Why paintball? What's so exciting about it for you guys?
I think it's that our founders actually played. I used to play as well.
Right.
Ages ago. I think no one really remembers this anymore, but I used to play. So it's just a completely different sport, you know. It's like active chess
Yes.
with guns. What more can you ask for? You know, and it's amazing to me always to see how you can come in and it's an absolutely unique sport. There's so much camaraderie. There's so much teamwork that's required, communication, and everything. I mean, probably you have it in other sports, but there's an adrenaline rush that you get with paintball that you don't get in
I
other
can
sports.
imagine, yes.
You know, and I mean, maybe it's the idea of not getting shot.
When you look at this and you compare it to the rest of the world, obviously we're streaming out to the rest of the world. How does it compare?
I will be absolutely honest. It is very well run. It is very well run. I was at the captain's meeting yesterday, and you know, it's always good to see that the head refs have everything under control. Paul had notes for nearly everything, and a good number of captains attended. This is great. You know, it always, and I like to see that they had a lot of emphasis on safety. This is a huge thing for paintball, because in the paintball industry, there's people think that it's a dangerous sport because they use markers and they shoot.
Yes. Guns
people.
and bullets.
Guns and bullets and whatnot. Exactly. But that's why paintball is, the safety factor is such a huge thing.
Right.
The fact that it's regulated well means that the industry can continue. You know, the minute we have someone doing something stupid and it gets, for example, in the papers,
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
you know, the media gets a hold of it, everything, they're just going to blow it up.
Sure.
So it was really good for me to see that there was a huge emphasis. Byron was talking about safety. Paul was talking about safety, not just because we're in a resort, in this beautiful Emerald Resorts and Casino, but also in general. And other than that, everything seems very well run. You know, I love that there's these grandstands for the players to have a seat and look at. The vendors area is lovely. There's food. And I also love that the players bring their own gazebos.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Is that not a thing?
No,
Wow.
no. In Asia, usually they provide gazebos. Europe, not at all.
Sure.
The US, not at all. And here, I love that they bring it, and some of them are practically camping. It's amazing. The only thing is, I just think that there needs to be a bit of a step up for marketing. I think maybe the players need to shout it out a little more, that there are events going on in South Africa, so that more international teams come by.
Right.
You know, so because I think that would bring a whole new element to everything. Just the experience of being able to play with a team from Europe or US or Asia. I think that brings something different, and it also brings value to South Africa. You know, when an international team comes in and plays and gets to know South Africa more.
Tell us more about Anthrax. What makes it special?
Ooh, also a loaded question. But I would say I work for the company.
Yes,
but
that's what I want to know.
believe in the product.
Okay, why?
Because we develop and produce our own products, and therefore there's a huge emphasis on quality. We're never going to be the cheapest.
So you're not going to dive and it's going to rip down the side the first time?
No, so far no. A lot of our jerseys have a rhino skin, what we call rhino skin. It's not really rhino.
Oh, okay, good.
No, don't worry. I saw the look on your face. You know, I'm
There's-
sure
there
the
are no
viewers
rhinos
can't
here,
see
right,
it, but no, we called it rhino skin because it's a light yet reinforced fabric. So you'll see, I think Harald was actually showing me his jersey. He says, Amber, this jersey is 5 years old and
Wow.
it has no rips.
Wow.
So we really love the quality. We have a good team of designers. And I think actually we're the only jersey manufacturers that actually has a factory. So we manufacture it in-house
Right.
in Greece. So I guess that's
Price-
about it.
Price-wise, good place to be?
Price-wise, we are a little higher on the market than a lot of other. But that's the thing. If you're gonna, you can't exactly expect a Ferrari at Toyota prices.
Oh, you're the Ferrari of paintball jerseys. then.
So yes, I guess we will put it at that. We'll put it at that. The Ferrari of paintball jerseys.
Nice. It's great to have you here. Do you want to come and do some co-commentary with us?
Well, why not?
Let's do a game together. We've got our next, the Golden Knights veterans Oh, wait, we've just got a result through that Graham's showing me. I'm not sure what I'm looking at anymore, Graham. I've lost my train of thought, seeing I was talking to Amber. So, Golden Knights veterans lead. They've won all 3 of their games, as you can see. Eastern Cape combined. They will be playing now, 4 points, along with the Western Cape combined. They've finished. They're on 4 points. So, it's now the Golden Knights men's side that need a good win. That should move them up into 4th place if they get a good win. They'll also go up to 4 points if they win. So they're going to need a better points difference as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. What's up next? Golden Knights veterans up against the Eastern Cape combined.
Nice.
I think we're going to be able to manage this. How much time we got left? 40 seconds on the clock
40 seconds.
before we start, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Oh, there's a timeout as well now, typical, you know. Whenever you want to do something exciting.
That's sad. I was all prepped.
Yeah, we got the names down and everything. Now we've got to wait.
Exactly.
Layout of the field, anything that you notice? Nothing stands out at you?
They're huge, I must say. That is a really big brick.
Those bricks look like they should normally be lying down.
Yeah.
And they've pointed them up
I think
quite
that
high.
that can be like a little house for me, you know. As a small Asian girl, that's a whole house for me. Look at that.
30 seconds.
All right, so I don't know if you've been watching, but the veterans of an extremely aggressive team. They decide there's no holding back for the veterans. And the Eastern Capes come back. Their last game they were behind and they came back to win. So this will be a fascinating matchup.
That's fantastic. This is actually the first one I've watched this event, so
Okay.
let's see how it goes.
Both sides going out aggressively. So Eastern Cape staying in their central defense.
Golden Knights have sent someone over to the 40s already, so you're right, they are very aggressive.
Yes.
Straight up.
Oh, but he gets eliminated. Sharp shooting by the Eastern Cape side.
That's the thing, when you're super aggressive, you also put yourself out there vulnerable. So you have to kind of balance the aggression with your vulnerability. Up, there we go. EC Combined has just lost 2 players. 3 players, so 2 left.
And he's not concentrating. He's going to get hit, but it's
Oh,
a
boy.
sacrifice move. And that's all of them. See those aggressive movements by the veterans. There's no holding back.
No.
They will sacrifice a player and be happy with that.
No, but that was an excellent move because he saw that 3 of them were out, and immediately he went to charge and bunker the last 2. So that's something that is difficult to train. The timing of when. That's why it's a little bit like chess, but not quite. You know, just to see what is actually happening on the field on a large scale, and kind of just move.
Still my favorite part where they don't know that everybody's been eliminated yet.
Yes, this is where we come back to awareness. So, our bunkering player had great awareness, and we're just waiting for his teammates to catch up. They got it.
They finally
They
worked it
got
out.
it.
Towel.
I can hear the rain starting to come down.
Good job.
And they called a towel later. That was interesting. Just working on the time.
Oh, it's a good tactic, just stalling down time actually. But I would have pulled the towel earlier by EC Combined, because if you're the one that's down and you know that you need all that extra time,
Yes,
all that extra time to get the point back.
Okay, so up next we have Golden Knights men against the Golden Knights under 19. Under 19 haven't won a game yet,
20 seconds.
playing from right to left. So hopefully
So
they
we've
can
got
pull
the
something
young
back.
bucks versus the older bucks.
Yes. And these men are also playing aggressively. They are playing for a 4th place playoff at the moment. So these are the bottom 2 at the moment. But these men need a win if they want to be able to make it into the semis.
Game on.
Also aggressive start. Oh,
Oops.
one of the under 19s being killed already.
All right, looks like the men are on the move, and we're going straight to the 50s.
Another under 19 being eliminated. That's 2 down. Make that 3. So just the two corners now. It's a good position, this one on the left.
It is a good position, except that I think there's a problem with the loader on the far right. Up, there he goes. He's out.
And they're throwing the towel. That's the way you wanted it last time, right?
That is.
Point approved.
Under 19 team is struggling. What makes a good paintball team, or from a great team from a good team?
Honestly, communication. Communication, because the thing is that I was just actually telling, I think it was them actually, the Young Bucks, that the problem is if you don't have good communication in the field, you're just focused on your opponent. And for example, what happens there, for example, they don't see that half the team's out. And no one communicates it to them. So you think that you have your teammates behind you, and that completely changes the way you play.
Right.
If you, for example, if you know, okay, look, there's just two of us left. You know, you're going to cross up. Like they should have crossed up. But in this, there was just some bad luck because his loader was down on the far right.
All right, let's see if the veterans can do anything against the Eastern Cape combined.
Another aggressive start. I think the Golden Knights have just sent someone over to the 40s again.
Eastern Cape combined also getting forward, but look at the veterans, just non-stop moving.
I think Eastern Cape just lost 3 men.
Sure.
So they have just the 2 centers left. Center back just got pulled for a 1-for-1.
And that's how you play the game.
Yes, and I would call a towel now.
So the veterans could just run the clock out now, which they don't. Oh, they throw the towel, right.
Towel. Point approved.
You were saying earlier how you set yourself up for being shot if you are aggressive.
You do, and therefore the aggression needs to be something very calculated, because if you are not careful with it, for example, let's say you have a very aggressive player on the team and he just keeps going forward. And for example, let's say the rest of the team, this is where communication, like I said, also comes into play. The rest of the team doesn't back him up and move forward with him. He's extremely vulnerable by himself out there.
10 seconds.
Whereas, for example, here we go.
There's no rest here.
No rest for the wicket.
Under 19s playing from the left to the right. We see their breakout. Aggressive breakout.
That was a nice slide into the... Oh, no, he didn't make it. So I think it's a 4-on-4 now.
Again into this position on the left-hand side with the player on the far right-hand side covering them quite nicely now.
Under 19s have just lost one more player, so I think it's a 4-on-3 right now. But there's a lot of movement on the field. I really like to see this. They're not just sitting behind their bunkers and waiting. Oh, there we go. One man left standing in the under 19s.
And this under 19 man is getting peppered from the snake.
The snake
He's going to get called. And that's it.
That is it. That's the end.
There we go. 2-0 with still 8.5 minutes.
No.
Again, why not throw in the towel?
But you see, that's what I mean earlier. I don't know if you saw that. For example, let's say the snake guy, he was moving really aggressively all the way up the front. And this was great because there was just one. Oh, no. Is it?
Game on.
I saw a red flag being thrown for the snake player for the Knights.
For one of the Knights men's team. All right, we're going to have to find out what the penalty is when the...
Base.
Because he hit the base without... After being hit.
Should have been a dirty hang, yes.
You're going to have to explain what a dirty hang is.
It's when you hang the flag, but you're dirty.
Oh, okay.
So you're hit.
Right.
So
So let's see what the penalty is going to be.
yeah.
30 seconds.
If there's enough live players for them to pull out and then another clean player goes and hangs it, it's fine.
All right.
So they don't start with less.
20 seconds.
Any penalty? Yes.
They had one last player left.
So what does that mean? Next time they start with?
No,
Nothing.
no. They lucked out.
They had one left, so they were lucky.
Okay.
They were lucky.
So they're far for next game.
All right, Veterans up against the Eastern Cape Combined. Veterans playing from left to right, leading 2-0. Eastern Cape Combined on the right-hand side, lost a play already.
Veterans has put a man into the snake and another one in the 50s. That is great
Eastern-
backup between the two.
Right.
They're
Eastern
very well spaced out right now.
Eastern Cape's just lost another player as well.
Oh,
Nice
Knights
kill from the
just
center.
lost.
Oh, and just he lost concentration.
no, but he did well with the communication.
Playing with extreme confidence. Standing up and shouting to his opponents. Or to his Veterans moving up.
I think
The Eastern
EC
Cape players just got
Combined
hit. They hit each other as they
are
went out.
wiped out. Again, we
Veterans just
will.
making sure. Just one more left. And that's it. Veterans win again. 3-0. 6:44 on the
Veterans.
clock. I think
Towel.
seeing the body language of the Eastern Cape player walking off.
Point approved.
So there you go, 3-0 up. Can the Golden Knight men's now put the nail in the coffin against the Golden Knights under 19 side?
I have to ask, because normally I would expect very hot weather. This is not hot weather.
Not at all. This is cold
so
weather.
are the players playing more aggressively in this weather than they are in hot weather? Because I've seen that players slow down when they go into tournaments overseas, for example, in weather that they're not used to, super hot weather. So it's just something that obviously I've never seen them play. So are they normally this aggressive, or are they extra aggressive? Because
I think normally aggressive, but I think this is also a very fast tournament. There's these Afro Cups, the Afghan Cups are all going to be finished within a short period of time. So I don't think you have to hold back as much as you would normally do.
no, but
Also,
that's the thing
dehydration
for-
is not so much of an issue.
Exactly, that's what I mean. For the conditioning, you know, it's this weather's great to play.
It must be fantastic.
It
And the
is.
grass is soft underfoot, so you don't have. We've played before where it's hard like a rock in the middle of winter, and then that hurts when you dive in there.
Exactly.
All right, so we got the men on the left and the Golden Knights on the
Oh.
right.
The men just lost one. Up.
Under 19s moving
Under
up again.
19s also have lost one, so it's 4-4 right now. We have a snake back on the men's side.
Big moving up the left-hand side for the men's side.
Oh no.
Under 19s
has just
losing another
lost their
player.
snake side. The men's are still pretty well spread out. So now if the men's...
Two more then for the under 19.
This is going to be extremely difficult because the men's are just going to keep moving and flanking them. Look at that.
Make that 1 versus 3.
He's out.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
3-0. Under 19 team struggling. Again, you could almost hear that on the field. You're talking about the communication. The men's were just noisier and louder all the time.
Exactly. You'll be able to hear it. On one side, you'll hear a lot of shouting, and the other side, maybe some silence. And that silence is deadly
Right.
30 seconds.
because you don't know what's going on. For example, like in that one in particular,
Timeout.
whoop, they were communicating, so you can see they all move forward almost like a wave. You know, the problem is when you don't have the communication and one moves forward and the rest stay
Right.
back.
Yes.
And then that's when that one moves too far and then he can be flanked. And the snake is deadly, but it's also so vulnerable.
I was trying to understand why, because if you stay low, you can't get hit by anybody here, though.
Yes, but at the same time, a lot of the snake is the problem with being low is also that coming up takes more effort. And also, you can't really snap shoot like this on your side.
Right.
So you have to come from here, and then you have to search. There's a little search going on.
Okay.
So as a snake player, if your back players are communicating the positions to you, then you don't have to come up and kind of like a periscope search.
Yes.
You know, you immediately know, and you pop.
You're up. Yes.
It saves those extra milliseconds just of knowing immediately where the players are. That already helps you a lot
'Cause
because you're
you're-
blind when you're
And
when
your
you're
opponent will know where you are, where you're going to pop up almost as well.
almost pretty
Right.
much if they know. And of course, like the good thing is the awareness. For example, if the snake is in there and there are 3 guns on the snake, that means that's 3 guns less on everybody else.
That's true. Yes.
So it's a math
All
math
right. There's your chess. All right, let's see if the veterans can seal this off now. 3-0 they lead. Still remaining aggressive.
Whoops.
One of the
Veterans
veterans
just
losing
lost
their
one.
players quickly.
EC Combined is sending one guy off to the 40s now, to that big house bunker. I'm just going to call it my house for now.
It's your house. all
My
right.
Asian house.
Veterans losing another player.
EC is running down the Dorito side.
Veterans losing another player. They're down to 2 now.
I don't know if they've actually noticed that there is a player who ran really far down. I think he's on the 50s. Look at that. You see that guy? He's actually on their
Still
side.
hasn't seen it.
They haven't seen him
Still
yet.
haven't seen him. There's
They
only
haven't
this.
seen
But
him
there's
yet.
only this one player from the veterans.
There we go. The snake has seen him. So now it's... Oh, that was an excellent rundown on the Dorito side by the EC Combine.
Excellent. Good result.
It is. They took a chance and it paid off.
Still got 5 minutes 30 on the clock. So they're 3-1 against the veterans.
Base.
Never give up.
No. 5 minutes is plenty of time to catch up. And if they keep playing like that, they will.
Mm. Just make sure that he was clean and healthy. Don't want another mistake like last time.
I think healthy is relative.
All right, can the Knights men's beat out their under-19 opponents? 3-0 the men lead.
Timeout.
Just have to let you know that lunch has arrived.
Ooh.
It's like a cricket match.
Food, food, food. I may be small, but I love my food.
When it comes to, again, we were talking about communication for a good team and a bad team. What about training together? So almost you don't have to communicate. It's you sort of know what your teammate's going to do.
Yes, that is extremely important. I have seen teams that are thrown together and can still make it. But that's also probably because most of those teams have players who have a lot of experience, and therefore they are able to read the game without gelling. But training together and knowing your teammates, this is something that is priceless. You can see the difference in a team that has trained every week or twice a week versus a team that's maybe trained once a month.
Right, right.
You know, because once you have an idea of the game plan and you know roughly what your teammates are going to do, then you have the second thing is the trust in your teammates. You know your teammates have got your back. You're able to play.
Right, right.
When you don't have that trust,
All right, so we got the men's from the right-hand side. We watch their breakaway on the screen. Again, that aggressive movement forward. But 2 men staying back in the center. What's your view on the center defensive
the
position?
under-19s are really going out. There's one in the Dorito 2 right now.
And one in your house?
They're all just one in my house. No one's in my house.
You just moved out of your house.
No one's in my house.
1, 2, 3 forward now.
They are moving forward with a vengeance. I believe one of the men's has a problem with his barrel. He just unscrewed it and screwed it back on. That's going to cost him. Look at
Men's
that.
continue to move all around. That's the game. They decided they want to have an early lunch today. Did the men's? 4-0. Not much you can do against that, I guess.
No, not really much.
Point approved. Game finished.
And the men beat the Golden Knights under 19. That's going to be an interesting one when it comes to working out the maths. what was the final result? 4-0. So they will go into third position, pushing the
30 seconds.
Golden Knights combined team down. But now we go back to top of the table clash. Golden Knights veterans against the Eastern Cape combined.
20 seconds.
Eastern Cape Combined has a hard fight in front of them, but if they keep playing like they did that last point, they can do it.
If you are listening to us, by the way, and you're in South Africa, we've got stage 4 load shedding. Stage 4 load shedding has just been implemented by Eskom.
Oh dear.
It's quite a thing. All right, Eastern Cape, big aggressive move into the snake, as you saw. Veterans doing their thing.
Eastern Cape overslid a little bit, but he managed to make it back without getting shot. That's great. Someone's in my house.
Someone in your house, someone in the
Someone's
snake.
in my house.
Big move up by the
look at that,
veteran.
Doritos 50s by the veterans.
Veterans losing a player.
Yes.
Again, nice as moving out of your house.
I see a lot of very good slides. I think the grass is nice and wet
That's
for
just
this right now.
perfect for it,
It's
yes.
It's like the sound.
Eastern Cape lost a player. This defensive position in the back left here is fantastic for the Eastern Cape team.
Eastern Cape's down to 3. They've got one in the snake corner, one in snake 2, and one in the Dorito. But looks like he almost made it.
Two on two, the Eastern Cape calling it 2-on-2.
Listen to that. There's a lot of communication going on here and not so much on this side.
Right.
On the veteran side, EC is
Yes.
shouting. And he's shouting position, so now they know to cross up and keep their game tight. The veteran snake is actually watching his teammate, trying to get information, but it's not coming through.
All right. Fatigue must start to come in now, right? 3-1 down. You've been playing a long time.
2-on-2 right now. Veterans have just moved up to snake 2, and I think there's one in Dorito 50s.
Oh, the one has been
no.
eliminated.
Eastern Cape
2
just
versus
lost
1.
the snake back.
What do you do when you're the one?
Play super tight. Play super, super tight. The thing here is you see the Eastern Cape player. She's a bit loose. So the thing is you really, really want to hug the bunker at this point. The bunker's your best friend. The bunker's your lover. You're gonna kiss that bunker right now. She's got to kiss that bunker to stay alive.
Big movement by the
Oh
snake.
no, here goes the snake boy.
Oh, she's lost him, right? Oh. Got
She
him.
got him.
She
She
got
got
him.
him. Oh. Good, stay on him. No.
No, call him.
No, she didn't. She's clean.
Little sneaky move up on the left as well now by the veteran.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, she got
See?
hit.
That's what I mean. You see, when she was firefighting, you
Yes.
could see the full loader and a full head. That makes you vulnerable. So, aside from the communication, you're just gonna want to play really tight, especially when you know you're the only one left and there are 2 people trained on you. Especially when you firefight. Like I said, when you're aggressive and you firefight, you put yourself out there.
Right, okay.
So
Stick as tight as you can.
as tight
So
as
that's
you
the
can.
game. Veterans win at 4-1. It's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you too for
Glad
having
you weren't
me.
electrocuted. And maybe
I'm
we will.
alive. I'm alive.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And enjoy South Africa. Hopefully we'll chat to you tomorrow.
Definitely. I hope I'll see some baby lions at some point.
Good luck. All right, we're going to have a little lunch break now. They're suggesting a 20-minute lunch break, so thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to our guest as well. And hopefully we'll hear some more from her. You're live here from the Emerald Resort and Casino. It's still dark. There's a couple of clouds and a little light drizzle pouring every now and again. We'll catch you in 20 minutes.